funny, isn't it, how some moments just stick with you? Not the big obvious ones like your wedding day or the birth of your kid. I'm talking about the quiet, creeping ones that replay in your head years later, still making the hairs on your arms stand up. For me, one of those moments happened a few years back when I was managing events for a high-end venue downtown. I was in my late 20s then, full of ambition, convinced I had a handle on everything. My job was basically making sure rich people had a good time and didn't burn the place down. Most nights were smooth sailing, some were a headache, and then there was that night. It was a charity gala, one of those fancy black tie affairs where everyone pretends to care about a cause while networking and sipping champagne. This particular event was held on the rooftop terrace of our building, 23 stories up. The view alone was a selling point, panoramic city lights, a cool breeze, the works. It was my baby, this event. I'd overseen everything from the floral arrangements to the lighting scheme, and I'd personally walked the security team through every entry and exit point, especially the main access to the rooftop. That rooftop you see was usually a pretty exclusive space. We had a single door reinforced steel that led directly from the main service elevator lobby. It was always kept locked from the rooftop side and only accessible with a keycard from our staff or by an emergency override button on the inside. From the event side, it was a simple push bar exit, but once you were out unless staff let you back in. The idea was to control flow, prevent unauthorized access to the mechanical areas, and frankly, keep people from wandering off the edge after too many expensive cocktails. Safety was paramount, especially at that height. I remember telling Mark, one of the newer security guys during the briefing, "This door stays locked, Mark, no exceptions. We check it every hour on the hour." He nodded, looking a little overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the operation, but he seemed to get it. The night started perfectly. The weather was crisp, the city glowed, and the caterers were hitting all their marks. Guests in their expensive suits and designer dresses mingled, the soft murmur of polite conversation mixed with the gentle clinking of glasses and the smooth jazz from the live band. I moved through the crowd, a practiced smile on my face, making sure everything was running like clockwork. My earpiece crackled occasionally with routine updates from the ground floor or the kitchen. All normal, all good. Around 9:30 p.m., I decided to do a quick loop myself, just to check. A quick glance at the buffet, a word with the bartender, and then a swing past the infamous rooftop access door. It was tucked away in a dimly lit corner, slightly obscured by a giant potted palm. As I approached, I automatically reached out to give the push bar a quick tug, just to confirm it was locked tight from the outside, as it should be. It was a habit, a small ritual of reassurance I performed at every event. My fingers grazed the cool metal of the bar. And then I hesitated. A faint, almost imperceptible sound reached my ears. It wasn't the music nor the chatter. It was a soft, almost metallic snick, like a latch disengaging or perhaps a lock turning. My hand froze. I told myself it was just the building settling or a gust of wind playing tricks, but a small, icy prickle started at the base of my neck. I looked around. No one else seemed to notice. The jazz continued. The laughter flowed. I was alone in my sudden, irrational awareness. I pressed my palm against the door. It felt secure. Still, that quiet sound lingered, a tiny, unsettling echo in the back of my mind. It was the first crack in the perfect facade of the night, a whisper of something out of place right there by the locked rooftop door. I tried the door again, pressing harder this time. It held firm, a solid barrier between the elegant party and whatever lay beyond. My fingers ran over the cold metal of the push bar, then along the seam where the door met its frame. No give, no rattle. It looked and felt exactly as it should, but that sound, it wasn't easily shaken. It was the kind of sound that, once heard, you couldn't unhear, an invisible smudge on the otherwise pristine canvas of the night. I forced a smile, pushing the thought away. It's nothing, you're overtired, it's just the wind. I repeated the mantra in my head, a desperate attempt to silence the growing unease. I glanced at my watch, 9:35 p.m. Mark was due to check this door in 25 minutes. I decided to wait, let him confirm it. Maybe seeing him do his rounds, following procedure, would put my mind at ease. I rejoined the periphery of the party, nodding to a couple of major donors, exchanging pleasantries with a board member. My eyes, though, kept drifting back to that dimly lit corner, to the potted palm that almost, but not quite, obscured the reinforced steel door. The jazz, which moments before had been a soothing background, now felt a little too insistent, a little too distracting. The clinking of glasses sounded sharper, the murmur of voices more like a hum of static. My earpiece crackled. "Jess, floor 3 requesting you confirm a VIP guest's parking validation. Apparently a chauffeur is waiting." "Copy that, Mike," I responded, forcing my voice to sound normal. "I'll be down in a minute." It was a mundane request, but a necessary one. It meant leaving the rooftop, going down 3 floors, handling the validation, and then coming back up. The thought of leaving that door, even for a short while, made my stomach clench. "No, Jess, you're being ridiculous. It's locked. It's always locked." I took a deep breath, trying to recenter myself. There were 100 other things that needed my attention. I couldn't dwell on a phantom sound. I made my way to the service elevator, excusing myself politely through the crowd. As the elevator doors hissed shut, separating me from the rooftop, a fresh wave of unease washed over me. I felt a sudden, inexplicable urge to race back up, to physically try to open the door, to rip off the push bar if I had to, just to prove to myself that it was absolutely, undeniably secure. But I was already descending. The parking validation took longer than expected. The chauffeur was impatient, the ground staff member was new and flustered, and the system for override authorizations was, as always, glacially slow. By the time I finally got back into the service elevator, it was 9:55 p.m. 20 minutes had passed, 20 minutes where the rooftop was out of my direct sight. My heart rate picked up as the elevator ascended. Mark should be there now, or almost there. I imagined him, a tall, earnest young man, performing his hourly check, diligently tugging on the push bar just as I'd instructed. And it would be locked, of course it would. The elevator chimed and the doors opened to the service lobby on the rooftop level. I stepped out, my gaze immediately sweeping towards the door's corner. Mark wasn't there. The area was empty, a cold knot formed in my chest. I pulled out my radio. "Mark, this is Jess. Status report on rooftop door check." Static, then Mike's voice from ground control. "Jess, Mark just clocked in from perimeter check on the east side of the building. He said he's heading towards the main entrance security point now." "Why?" My breath caught. He was supposed to check the rooftop door at 9:50. That was his assigned time. A pause. "Let me check his log, Jess. Hold on." The silence stretched, punctuated only by the distant hum of the building's machinery. I felt a tremor of pure dread. The snick, the empty corner, Mark's absence. It wasn't a coincidence. "Jess, Mark's log shows his 9:50 check was completed at 9:48. It just says door secure, all clear. But he's clearly not on the rooftop now." Mike's voice held a note of confusion. "He logged it early," I practically hissed into the mic. "Mike, can you confirm his location for me right now?" "Just a second. GPS tracker shows him on level G, heading towards the loading dock. He definitely left the rooftop." My blood ran cold. He'd logged the check, but he hadn't performed it. Or if he had, he'd done it too early and left before I had a chance to confirm anything. My mind raced. Could he have just been rushing, or had he logged it and walked away, assuming it was fine without truly checking? The latter seemed more likely, a new guy trying to get ahead, cutting corners. But after my specific instructions, I broke into a brisk walk, almost a run, towards the rooftop door. The gentle strains of the jazz band faded behind me. The laughter of the guests seemed miles away. All that mattered was that door. As I rounded the potted palm, my hand instinctively shot out. I didn't just tug this time. I pushed, I pulled. I rattled the push bar with a desperate urgency. It was locked, solid, just like before. My heart, which had been hammering against my ribs, slowly began to decelerate. Relief washed over me, a dizzying wave that almost made my knees buckle. "See, Jess, you're overreacting. Everything's fine." I leaned against the door for a moment, letting out a shaky breath. But the relief was short-lived. A new thought, chilling and precise, pierced through my momentary calm. If the door was locked and Mark hadn't checked it, and I hadn't checked it thoroughly after hearing that snick, what if it had been unlocked for a brief moment and then relocked itself? Or worse, what if someone had relocked it? The idea was absurd. This wasn't a movie. Doors didn't just relock themselves unless there was a timed mechanism, which this door didn't have. And who would relock it? Who would even know it had been unlocked? Only someone who had been outside it. I pulled out my keycard, swiping it through the reader next to the door. The small LED light flashed green. A soft click echoed, much like the one I'd heard earlier, but this time intentional and reassuringly mechanical. I pushed the door open, just a crack, peering into the dark service corridor beyond. It was a narrow, utilitarian space, illuminated only by emergency lighting, leading to the main service elevator lobby on one end and a stairwell on the other. Nothing but pipes, exposed conduit, and concrete walls. And empty. Completely, utterly empty, no one there. I closed the door, the click of the lock, a stark punctuation mark in the quiet corridor. I leaned my head against the cool steel. This wasn't making sense. My logical mind was fighting a losing battle against the gut feeling that something was fundamentally wrong. I radioed Mike again. "Mike, I need you to pull Mark's security footage from the rooftop, specifically the camera pointing at the service door between 9:40 and 9:50 p.m., and also the footage from the service elevator lobby on this floor, same time frame." "On it, Jess, is everything all right up there?" His voice was tinged with concern now. "Just a routine check. I want to confirm our new guy is following procedures." I lied smoothly, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. I couldn't afford to alarm anyone yet, not without actual proof. I stood there for a few more minutes, a sentinel against the invisible threat. The sounds of the party now seemed genuinely distant, as if I had stepped into a different world. My professional composure was a carefully constructed facade, beneath which a frantic internal alarm blared. Finally, forcing myself to move, I made my way back into the main event space. I needed to act normal, I needed to keep an eye on things, and I needed to figure out what was happening. My gaze swept across the crowd, no longer just looking for happy guests, but for anomalies, for anything out of place. A A face I didn't recognize, someone lingering too long in a shadow, an interaction that seemed off. But everyone looked impeccably dressed, impeccably behaved. An orchestra of polite, wealthy individuals enjoying their evening. I spotted Julian, our head of security, by the main entrance to the rooftop, a stern figure in a crisp black suit, his eyes constantly scanning. Julian was ex-military, meticulous, and entirely unflappable. He'd seen everything. If anyone could tell me I was imagining things, it was Julian, or if something was wrong, he'd know. I walked over, trying to appear casual. "Julian, evening going well." He gave me a curt nod, smooth as silk. "Jess, no issues." His eyes continued their surveillance. "Good, good. Listen, a quick question for you. Did you notice anything unusual around the service door area or the service elevator lobby in the last half hour or so?" I tried to keep my voice light, conversational. Julian's gaze flickered to me, a momentary pause in his rhythmic scan. "Unusual? No, why?" "Just had a thought about flow control with Mark being new. Wanted to make sure he's got the routine down. He logged his 9:50 check a bit early." Julian's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. "He did? That's not like Mark. He's usually by the book. If a little slow, I'll speak to him. But no, just nothing out of the ordinary on my end. Security cameras are running, all personnel accounted for, we're good." His confidence was reassuring, a balm to my frayed nerves. Julian was not one to miss things. If he hadn't seen anything, perhaps there really was nothing to see. Perhaps the snick was a figment of my imagination, and Mark just logged early because he was tired or bored or had a sudden urge to get to the loading dock for some reason. I thanked Julian and moved away, trying to shake off the lingering unease, but it clung to me like a damp cloak. I decided to make another loop, this time paying closer attention to the guests themselves, not for suspicious behavior, but for something even more subtle, a face, a detail. The gala was sprawling, taking up most of the rooftop. I walked past the champagne bar where a small crowd had gathered, past the raw oyster station where a line had formed. The air was filled with the scent of expensive perfume and delicate hors d'oeuvres. Then I saw it, or rather, I didn't see it. The centerpiece of the evening's decorations was a series of custom-made ice sculptures. There were 5 of them strategically placed around the perimeter of the terrace, each depicting a different symbol of the charity's mission. I'd personally overseen their placement. They were huge, intricate, and required constant monitoring by a dedicated staff member to ensure they didn't melt into puddles prematurely. One of them, a soaring eagle, was supposed to be positioned near the western edge of the terrace, overlooking the river. It was a magnificent piece, catching the light in 1,000 facets. But as I approached the spot where it should have been, there was only a slightly damp patch on the ground and a small, empty, rectangular base. The eagle was gone. My blood ran cold for the second time that night. I stopped dead in my tracks, staring at the empty space. No, it couldn't be. An ice sculpture didn't just vanish. It wasn't a small trinket. It was over 6 feet tall. I frantically looked around. Where was the staff member assigned to that section? I spotted Maria, a young, efficient assistant, attending to another ice sculpture nearby, a delicate rendering of a pair of clasped hands. I hurried over to her. "Maria, where's the eagle sculpture, the one that was here?" I tried to keep my voice calm, but I could hear the tremor in it. Maria looked up, startled, her eyes, wide with surprise, darted to the empty spot. "The eagle, but it was just, I checked it 10 minutes ago, it was fine." She trailed off, a bewildered expression on her face. "Did you see anyone move it or take it away?" She shook her head, clearly flustered. "No, Jess, I haven't left this area. I just refilled the drip tray on the hand's sculpture. I swear it was there." My mind raced. This was no phantom sound. This was a tangible, massive object gone. An ice sculpture in the middle of a high-security event vanished without a trace. It was too heavy to be casually picked up by one person. It would require equipment or at least 2 or 3 strong individuals. And it would make a scene. Someone would have noticed. "Did you hear anything unusual? Any commotion? Any carts? Anything being wheeled away?" I pressed her. Maria wrung her hands. "No, just the music and the guests, nothing out of the ordinary." This was beyond strange. My event manager brain was screaming. Every instinct was on high alert. First the door, now this. These weren't isolated incidents. This was calculated, but for what purpose? Stealing an ice sculpture made no sense. It would melt. It had no intrinsic value beyond its artistic merit for the night. I pulled out my radio again, my voice now tight with suppressed panic. "Mike, I need those camera feeds for the rooftop, specifically the western perimeter where the eagle sculpture was. Timeline 9:30 p.m. to now, priority 1. And send Julian's team to sweep that area. Look for any signs of anything, any tracks, anything at all." "Copy that, Jess, immediately." Mike's voice was sharper this time, sensing the urgency. I turned to Maria. "Stay here, keep an eye on your remaining sculptures. Don't let anyone near them. And if you see anything unusual, you radio me immediately, you understand." She nodded, her face pale. I scanned the faces around me again, this time with a new, colder intensity. Was one of these smiling, champagne-sipping people responsible? It felt utterly surreal. This was a black tie gala, not a heist movie. Julian arrived within minutes, two of his security guards fanning out behind him, their expressions grim. I quickly explained the situation, keeping my voice low so as not to alarm the guests. An ice sculpture, Jess, Julian repeated, his voice laced with disbelief. You're sure? I'm sure. It was here, now it's not. Maria confirms it, it's too big to just disappear. Julian gave a sharp nod. All right, men, sweep this section, look for anything, footprints, drag marks, equipment, anything that doesn't belong. He turned to me, his eyes narrowed. This doesn't add up, an ice sculpture, for what purpose? I don't know, Julian, but first the service door, now this, I have a bad feeling, a very bad feeling. He looked at me, a flicker of something unreadable in his gaze. The service door, what about it? I quickly explained my earlier suspicion, the snick I'd heard Mark's missed check. Julian listened intently, his expression growing more serious with each word. So you think someone may have used that door and now this sculpture is gone? He summarized, piecing it together. It's the only connection I can make right now. The timing feels too close. If someone managed to get in or out through that door, maybe this is a diversion. Julian rubbed his chin. A very odd diversion, an ice sculpture, for heaven's sake, it screams amateur, or something so bizarre it's meant to throw us off completely. The security guards began their sweep, their flashlights cutting through the ambient lighting, making the guests near them glance over with mild curiosity. I tried to make it look like a routine security check. My radio crackled again, it was Mike. Jess, I've got the footage from the service door first, 9:40 to 9:50, sending it to your tablet now. I pulled out my work tablet, my fingers trembling slightly as I navigated to the incoming file. The small screen illuminated the dim corner of the rooftop service lobby. The timestamp in the corner ticked up. 9:40 p.m. empty. 9:41 p.m. empty. 9:42 p.m. empty. Then at 9:43 p.m. a figure appeared. It was Mark, his face partially obscured by the angle but recognizable by his uniform. He approached the door, gave it a quick, perfunctory tug on the push bar, barely touching it, and then without lingering pulled out his handheld scanner and logged something. He didn't even look at the door as he did it. He just logged it, turned, and walked away, disappearing into the service elevator lobby by 9:44 p.m. He didn't even check it properly, I muttered, my frustration boiling over. He barely touched it. Indeed, Julian said, peering over my shoulder at the small screen. That's a disciplinary, but it doesn't tell us if anyone used the door. Wait, I said, rewinding the footage. Look at that, 9:43:20, right after he checked it, see that tiny flicker. Julian leaned closer. On the screen, just as Mark's back was turned and he was logging his check, there was a minute, almost imperceptible shift at the very top edge of the door where it met the frame. A shadow, a movement, a reflection, it was hard to tell, but it was there, like something had just been settled into place. It's like it was just nudged shut, I whispered. Or locked from the outside. The sound I heard, it wasn't from the inside, it was from outside the door. Julian swore softly. If someone was out there, they were damn good at being invisible. No thermal signature, no body in the frame, but I see what you mean. That flicker, it's too precise to be random. Then Mike's voice cut in again, urgent. Jess, Julian, I've got the footage from the western perimeter, the eagle sculpture, you're not going to believe this. I switched to the new feed. The quality was better here from a higher vantage point. The eagle sculpture stood majestically, glittering under the party lights. The timestamp read 9:38 p.m. Then at 9:39 p.m., a dark, fast-moving shape passed over the camera lens for a fraction of a second. It wasn't a bird. It was too low, too fast, and too uniform in its motion, like something being lowered from above. The next frame, the eagle was still there, and the next. Then 9:40:02, the eagle was gone. There was no cart, no person, no sound on the audio feed, just one frame it was there, the next it wasn't. It was as if it had simply dematerialized. What in the actual hell? Julian breathed, his usual unflappable demeanor shattered. His face was a mask of shock and confusion. That's impossible. I rewound the footage, playing it again and again, each time the same impossible disappearance. It was like a magic trick, but magic wasn't real, not here, not in my event. Zoom in, I instructed Mike, my voice barely a whisper. Zoom in on the spot where it was. The image zoomed in, pixelating slightly but providing more detail. The empty base, a few puddles of water, and then at the very edge of the frame near the railing, something caught my eye. A thin, almost invisible shimmer. What is that? I asked, pointing a shaky finger at the screen. Julian squinted. Looks like a wire. No, it can't be. It's too thin, and where would it go? I looked up instinctively at the vast, open sky above us. 23 stories up, nothing above us but the night sky and the occasional passing aircraft. No cranes, no other buildings close enough to cast a shadow, let alone lower something. Unless it wasn't coming from above. My mind raced, trying to find a logical explanation for the impossible. The service door, the phantom snick, the non-existent check by Mark, the missing ice sculpture vanished as if by magic in that shimmer. Mike, can you cross-reference the footage from the service elevator lobby again? Same time frame, 9:30-9:50, but this time check the roof of the elevator car. Did anyone try to access the elevator shaft from the top? Is there any footage of the elevator mechanics or maintenance at that time? The elevator roof, Jess, that's a restricted area, highly unlikely, Mike replied, clearly thrown. Just check, Mike, please, every angle. My voice was tight with urgency. Julian was already speaking into his radio. All units, this is Julian, increase perimeter vigilance. East, west, north, south, check all railings, all edges, look for anything unusual. Wires, grappling hooks, anything that could indicate external access. Do not engage alone, report immediately. He looked at me, his eyes dark with concern. This isn't a diversion, Jess. This is an insertion or an extraction. Something came in or went out in a way that defies logic, and it used the cover of our event to do it. The implications hit me like a physical blow. Someone had breached our security, not by force, but by stealth so sophisticated it bordered on the supernatural. They had used our own event, my meticulously planned event, as their cover. The ice sculpture, an elaborate, heavy piece, was a prop, a decoy, or perhaps a container for something or someone. A cold dread settled deep in my bones. This was no longer just about a minor security breach or a missing decoration. This was something far more sinister, far more complex, and it was happening right now under my watch while hundreds of unsuspecting guests mingled and celebrated around us. I scanned the faces of the guests again, this time with a growing sense of paranoia. Which one of them was involved? Was it someone who looked perfectly normal, perfectly innocent? The thought was terrifying. Just Julian, I'm getting something from the service elevator lobby camera again, Mike's voice crackled, full of disbelief. It's not what you think. I tapped my tablet, eager for the new feed. This one was from the internal camera inside the service elevator car itself, looking out, and also a camera pointed at the ceiling of the car. The internal camera showed the usual comings and goings of catering staff. Then, at 9:39 p.m., the car reached the rooftop level. The doors opened and a catering assistant pushed a trolley out. The car remained empty for a moment. Then, the ceiling camera view. At 9:39:45, a section of the elevator car's ceiling, a panel that was supposed to be securely bolted, slid open. Slowly, silently, and from the darkness above, a figure descended. It was impossibly lit, almost glowing, but that was just the reflection of the emergency lights on what looked like some kind of specialized, sleek, dark suit. The figure was slender, agile, and moved with an eerie grace. It was wearing a hood obscuring its face completely. In its hand it carried something dark and rectangular, tucked tightly against its body. The figure landed softly on the floor of the elevator, moving with practiced ease. The ceiling panel slid shut just as silently as it had opened. The figure then moved to the emergency access panel on the elevator wall, the one meant for engineers. It manipulated something with a small, specialized tool, and then at 9:40:05, just as the eagle sculpture disappeared, the figure opened the service door from the inside the elevator, stepping out into the service lobby. It was almost as if the person had materialized from the very fabric of the building itself. My eyes widened in horror. This wasn't just a breach. This was a sophisticated infiltration. Someone had gained access to the elevator shaft itself, descended from above, somehow used the service elevator car as a launch pad, accessed the door, and then what? Mike, is that even possible? I gasped, staring at the screen in disbelief. To open the elevator ceiling panel like that, from outside the system. Only with specific tools and highly specialized knowledge, Jess, Mike replied, his voice strained. That's beyond a simple lock pick. That's an engineering feat. It implies someone who knows our building's schematics intimately. Julian let out a slow, heavy breath. So they didn't come from outside the building. They came from within. They used the building itself as their entry point. And that door, they were probably outside waiting, and when Mark failed to check it, they just used the emergency override from the inside of the door and slipped in. No, not exactly. The footage showed the figure coming from the elevator car into the service lobby. Then, crucially, the footage from the service door showed that tiny flicker as Mark walked away. I replayed the sequence in my mind. One figure descends from elevator, ceiling into the car, 9:39:45. 2. Figure opens service door from inside the elevator car, steps out into service lobby, 9:40:05. 3. Figure is now in the service lobby outside the rooftop door. 4. Eagle sculpture vanishes, 9:40:02. This means the figure was already there in the elevator lobby just as the eagle vanished. 5. Mark approaches the door at 9:43, checks it, logs it, walks away. 6. The faint flicker on the door, suggesting it's being locked just as Mark leaves. It was too fast, the timeline was compressed. The figure appeared in the elevator at 9:39:45, was out in the lobby at 9:40:05. The eagle vanished at 9:40:02. This meant the vanishing happened before the figure had fully exited the elevator or almost concurrently. This wasn't adding up. The figure came from inside the building via the elevator shaft, emerged into the service lobby, but the eagle disappeared almost at the exact same moment. If the figure was the one responsible for the eagle's disappearance, how could they have done it from the elevator lobby? It was on the other side of the rooftop. Unless there was another person, or the figure moved with impossible speed. Mike, show me the rooftop footage again from 9:39:30 to 9:40:30. Pay close attention to the eagle and the path from the service door to the eagle's location. The footage played, the eagle still there, then 9:39:45, that dark shape passed over the lens again just for a split second, the same shape as when the eagle disappeared. Then 9:40:02, the eagle vanished. My eyes darted between the two screens, the figure emerging from the elevator car at 9:40:05 and the eagle vanishing at 9:40:02, 3 seconds. Julian, the figure from the elevator, couldn't have been the one to take the eagle. They were still in the elevator shaft or just emerging when the eagle vanished. There must be another person involved. Or the eagle wasn't taken from here, it was received. Julian stared at the screen showing the vanishing eagle, then at the screen showing the figure. His jaw was tight. Received from where? We're 23 stories up from the sky. That's when it hit me, that shimmer, that wire, and the dark shape passing over the camera lens. Julian, I think the eagle wasn't removed from the rooftop. I think it was removed from above us, by whatever that dark shape was, and the figure in the elevator car was there to retrieve something from it. The eagle was just a delivery system. The sheer audacity of the idea was staggering. Someone had dropped an object or an entire ice sculpture onto our rooftop from above, perhaps using a drone or some other aerial vehicle right in the middle of our charity gala. And then someone else had infiltrated our building via the elevator shaft to retrieve something from that delivery. And the ice sculpture itself was either the container or just a very elaborate decoy for the actual payload. Julian's face was grim. If something was dropped, then we need to know what it was and what was inside that ice sculpture or what was transferred from it. He grabbed his radio. Mike, I need all available external cameras pointing upwards. Rooftop east, west, north, south. Review the last hour. Look for any aerial vehicles, anything that shouldn't be there. And put eyes on everything that was near that eagle sculpture. Any guests who might have been interacting with it right before it vanished. I looked at the tablet screen again at the image of the sleek hooded figure emerging from the elevator, clutching that rectangular object. They weren't taking the ice sculpture. They were extracting something from it, something that could be transported in a rectangular container. Julian, that object the figure is carrying, I pointed to the screen. It's small enough to be portable. What if the eagle sculpture was just a casing and what they wanted was inside it, and the aerial drop was how it got here? Julian nodded slowly. That would make more sense, a secure, high-profile location to make a covert exchange, but an ice sculpture, that's still theatrical, why risk that? Perhaps to make it look like a prank, or to guarantee it melts if they can't retrieve it, destroying evidence, I offered, thinking aloud. Or simply because it blends into the setting of a gala and wouldn't immediately raise alarms. Suddenly another thought struck me, the timing Mark's early check, my hearing the snick. The figure emerged from the elevator at 9:40:05. The eagle vanished at 9:40:02. If the figure from the elevator retrieved the rectangular object, then they must have done so just after the eagle vanished and before Mark got there. And if they knew Mark's patrol schedule, knew he would only do a perfunctory check, then they had time. The snick, that faint metallic sound, it must have been the door being resecured, either by the figure themselves or some clever mechanism as they went back through. My first instinct that someone had relocked it was right. Julian, they knew our procedures. They knew Mark was new and probably prone to cutting corners. They planned this meticulously. Someone has inside information, Julian confirmed, his voice now dangerously low. A leak. Someone in this building is feeding them our security protocols. He looked across the milling crowd, his eyes now narrowed with suspicion, taking in every face. We need to secure the area where the eagle was. Find out if anything was left behind, I urged. My team is already on it, but we can't cause a panic. Not yet. We don't know what they've taken or what they've left behind, and we don't know if they're still here. That last thought sent a fresh jolt of fear through me. The figure in the sleek suit. Were they still on the rooftop, or had they vanished back down the elevator shaft? The footage only showed them stepping out of the elevator into the service lobby. It didn't show them leaving. Mike, can you track the service elevator's movements after 9:40:05? I asked into the radio. Did it go up or down? Did it stop anywhere? One moment, Jess, checking elevator logs. The suspense was suffocating. Every second that passed felt like an eternity. The jazz music, the polite chatter, the clinking of glasses, it all felt like a mockery, a thin veil over a very dangerous reality. Just Julian, the service elevator went down to the loading dock on level G at 9:40:30, Mike reported, his voice tight. And then it was briefly accessed by Mark. At 9:40:45, he logged it as taking the elevator to the ground floor for his next patrol point. My eyes met Julian's. Mark again, it was too convenient. Mark was on the loading dock just after this figure accessed the elevator and went down there, Julian stated, his voice flat. That's what the logs say, Julian, Mike confirmed. Mark was on the loading dock just after this figure accessed the elevator and went down there, Julian stated, his voice flat. That's what the logs say, Julian, Mike confirmed. The pieces clicked into place with a horrifying precision. Mark, the new guy, the one I'd personally briefed on the importance of that door. His shoddy check, his premature log entry, his inexplicable presence at the loading dock mere moments after a mysterious, highly trained infiltrator used the service elevator to descend to that exact level. It wasn't coincidence. It was a pattern, a deliberate, calculated maneuver. Mike, locked down the loading dock, Julian commanded into his radio, his voice sharp and unyielding. Secure Mark, do not let him leave, hold him for questioning, do not alarm anyone else. Code red, I repeat, code red. My stomach churned. Mark, a young man who'd seemed so earnest if a little overwhelmed. Could he truly be involved in something like this? It felt like a betrayal, a punch to the gut, but the evidence was damning. And Mike, I added, my voice tight, we need all internal and external building cameras focused on level G, specifically the loading dock and any exits from it, from 9:40 p.m. onwards. I want eyes on Mark, on the figure if they're still there, and on that rectangular object. Julian turned to me, his eyes grim. This just went from a security breach to a full-blown internal compromise, Jess. Mark is either complicit or he was used. Either way, we have a problem. He scanned the oblivious guests, their laughter and chatter now grating on my ears. We need to be careful. If this infiltrator is still in the building and they have an accomplice, we don't know what their next move might be or what they're capable of. And what about what they took? I asked, my gaze still fixed on the disappearing eagle on my tablet. That rectangular object, what could be so valuable, so sensitive, that it warrants this level of infiltration and risk? Julian shook his head slowly. I don't know, but whatever it is, it's not good. An ice sculpture as a delivery system, it's audacious. It's almost theatrical. It suggests a certain bravado or a need to obscure the true nature of the transfer. Mike, any sign of an aerial vehicle on the external cameras? I asked, hoping for a definitive answer to the delivery from above theory. A moment of static. Jess, we're seeing something on the rooftop camera, a very faint, quick shadow moving away from the building's upper airspace at 9:40:10. It's too fast, too indistinct to identify, but it matches the trajectory of something lifting off. No conventional aircraft, no identifiable drones, it's something else. My theory was gaining traction. A secret drop from an unknown aerial vehicle onto our rooftop disguised as an ice sculpture. Then an internal agent using our own building's infrastructure retrieves the real target. It was brilliant, terrifyingly so. All right, Julian, what's the plan? I asked, trying to push down the rising panic. We have an infiltrator, possibly still in the building, a potentially compromised security guard, and an unknown, highly valuable object missing. Julian squared his shoulders, his ex-military bearing taking over. First, we contain Mark, get him off the premises quietly for questioning. We can't have him tip off whoever he's working with if he is. Second, we sweep the entire building, floor by floor, service areas first. Our priority is finding that hooded figure in that package. Third, we need to bring in external security, but discreetly. We can't alert the guests, not yet. Not until we know what we're dealing with. He paused, then added, and Jess, you need to stay on the rooftop. Maintain normal operations as much as possible. Keep an eye on the remaining ice sculptures. And don't let anyone else near that service door. I'll coordinate the search from the ground. Mike, you're with me. He was leaving me alone on the rooftop in the middle of a high-stakes infiltration with an unknown enemy potentially still lurking. It was what had to be done. My job was to keep the event running smoothly, to be the calm facade, while the real storm raged beneath the surface. As Julian moved away, barking quiet orders into his radio, I felt a profound sense of isolation. The vast expanse of the city lights, which moments ago had seemed so beautiful, now felt like 1,000 indifferent eyes watching my every move. I walked slowly back towards the remaining ice sculptures, trying to appear nonchalant. Maria was still there, nervously hovering near the clasped hands, occasionally glancing at the empty spot where the eagle had been. Everything all right, Jess? She asked, her voice barely a whisper. I forced a smile, just a misunderstanding with the catering team about moving the eagle, all sorted, but let's keep an extra eye on these beauties just in case. I hoped my lie was convincing. My earpiece crackled. It was Mike. Jess, Julian wants you to check something. The rectangular object the figure was carrying, any chance it could be a device, something technical. It was dark, sleek, metallic looking, about the size of a small laptop or a large tablet, I replied, recalling the blurry footage. It could be anything: a hard drive, a data storage unit, a prototype, a weapon, I really don't know. Right, Mike said, a note of worry in his voice. Julian S. just reached the loading dock. We're moving in on Mark now. He's standing by a delivery truck looking agitated. My heart hammered. This was it, the moment of truth. Either Mark was a terrified pawn or a cold, calculated conspirator. Seconds stretched into an unbearable eternity. I pretended to admire the remaining ice sculptures, my eyes darting across the crowd, my ears straining for any hint of commotion from below. The jazz band played on, oblivious. The guests continued to sip champagne, oblivious. Then Mike's voice hushed and urgent. Jess, we have Mark. He's resisting. He's shouting, denying everything. A wave of relief mixed with a fresh surge of dread washed over me. Relief because if he was resisting, if he was denying, maybe he wasn't complicit. Maybe he was just a patsy. But dread because if he was resisting, it meant a potential scene, and the last thing we needed was for the guests to realize something was wrong. What's he saying? I asked, trying to keep my voice even despite the knot in my throat. He's saying he was framed, that he didn't check the door because he was told not to, Mike stammered, clearly surprised by Mark's outburst. My blood ran cold. Told not to by whom? He's not saying, he's just yelling that someone else told him to log it early and leave the area, and that he thought it was a new procedure, a test. A test? Julian's voice cut in, sharp and disbelieving. He must have taken the radio from Mike. Mark, who told you this? Who authorized you to bypass protocol? Silence, then Mark's voice, distant and muffled but clearly distressed. I can't say. You wouldn't believe me. He threatened me, my family. Threatened? My mind reeled. This wasn't just a simple case of a careless new guy. This was coercion, blackmail. Someone had leveraged Mark, used his inexperience and perhaps his vulnerability to create a window of opportunity. Threatened how, Mark? Who is he? Julian pressed, his voice firm but not aggressive. More muffled conversation, then Julian's voice again, sounding grim. Jess, it appears Mark was compromised. He claims he was approached a few weeks ago by someone posing as a corporate consultant, a high-level security audit. He was told this audit involved discreetly testing our response protocols, including the service door. He was instructed to make a perfunctory check at a specific time, log it, and then proceed to the loading dock for a package retrieval that would be part of the test. He was told to retrieve a small, unmarked crate from a specific delivery vehicle that would arrive at a precise time. A package retrieval at the loading dock, just as the infiltrator went down there. This was a masterful manipulation. They hadn't just used Mark, they had groomed him, fed him a false narrative, and then woven him into their intricate scheme, making him an unwitting participant. He was expecting a package, I asked, horrified, a small crate. Yes, Julian confirmed, but no such crate was found. Only our mysterious figure, who would have already been long gone by the time Mark arrived, and who left no trace of the rectangular object they were carrying. So Mark was meant to be a distraction, a cover story, a convenient explanation for anyone who saw him on the loading dock or for the elevator logs, I realized aloud. He was meant to look like he was retrieving their package, providing a plausible reason for his presence in the use of the elevator. Exactly, Julian said. It gave the real infiltrator time to get clear, and if anyone saw the infiltrator, they might assume it was Mark or someone working with him engaged in a test scenario. Genius in a twisted way. So the figure is gone, I stated, a fresh wave of anxiety washing over me. They've left the building with their payload. Likely yes, Julian confirmed. All loading dock exits are now secured and under observation, but if they moved quickly, they could be long gone by now. We're reviewing all footage from the loading dock and surrounding areas, looking for any sign of the figure or their escape route. And Mark, I asked, feeling a strange mix of pity and anger for the young guard. He's being detained under full internal investigation. He seems genuinely terrified and believes his family is in danger. We'll offer him protection, but this doesn't look good for him or for us. A cold certainty settled in my gut. The person who orchestrated this whole operation was not only brilliant but ruthless. They didn't just breach our security, they turned our own staff against us, manipulated our protocols, and made a mockery of my meticulously planned event. Keep me updated, Julian, I said, trying to project a semblance of control. I'm going to stay visible up here, keep everything looking normal. As I ended the transmission, I felt the weight of the situation pressing down on me. I was responsible for this event, for the safety of these guests, and for the reputation of this venue. And on my watch, a shadowy figure had just pulled off an impossible heist. I began my rounds again, forcing a smile, making small talk, my mind racing a mile a minute. Every face in the crowd seemed to hide a secret. Every shadow seemed to conceal a threat. The sophisticated elegance of the gala felt like a thin veneer over a dark, unsettling truth. The rest of the night passed in a blur of forced smiles and internal panic. Julian and his team conducted their silent, covert investigation. Mark was taken away, his fate uncertain. Mike kept me updated with snippets of information, none of it reassuring. No sign of the hooded figure leaving the loading dock on any camera, no vehicle identified. The rectangular object and its contents remained a mystery. It was as if the infiltrator had simply dissolved into the urban night. The charity gala ended without further incident. The guests departed, none the wiser, complimenting me on a flawless evening. The irony was almost unbearable. As the last car pulled away and the cleanup crew began their quiet work, I finally allowed myself to lean against a wall, the exhaustion hitting me like a physical blow. Julian found me there long after midnight, the rooftop now eerily quiet. He looked even more tired than I felt. "Nothing, Jess," he said, his voice hoarse. "No trace. It's like they were never here. The figure is gone. The object is gone. The only thing left is a terrified junior guard and a missing ice sculpture that now looks like a bad joke." "And a massive hole in our security protocols," I added, pushing myself upright. "Someone knew everything, Julian, our building schematics, our elevator access, our security schedules, even Mark's inexperience. This wasn't an opportunistic breach. This was deeply planned and executed with chilling precision." Julian nodded, running a hand through his hair. "My thoughts exactly. This implies a significant inside threat. We're reviewing everyone who has access to sensitive information. All staff, all contractors, all recent visitors with high-level clearances. This is going to be a nightmare." He paused, then looked at me, his gaze softening slightly. "You did good, Jess. You spotted the anomaly. You trusted your gut. If you hadn't, we wouldn't even know what happened. You prevented a potential disaster from being completely ignored." His words were a small comfort, but they couldn't erase the gnawing feeling of failure. My job was to prevent incidents, not to react to them. And this one felt particularly egregious because it had happened right under my nose, at an event I'd poured my heart and soul into. "What happens now?" I asked, looking out at the city lights, which no longer held any charm. "A full-scale internal investigation," Julian replied. "We'll review every inch of footage, analyze every log, interview every person. We'll find out who's behind this and what they took, and we will plug every single hole in our security, starting with that service door and those elevator access panels." He turned to leave, then hesitated. "And Jess, keep this close. For now, this stays internal. We can't afford a public panic or speculation, not until we understand the full scope of what happened. Our reputation, the charity's reputation, everything is on the line." I nodded, understanding the gravity of his words. This wasn't just a security breach, it was a crisis. A silent, invisible crisis that could shatter careers and reputations. The next few days were a blur of intense, discreet activity. Our building, usually a beacon of luxury and seamless operations, became a hive of covert investigation. Security personnel, now augmented by external specialists, moved through the corridors like shadows, reviewing footage, examining access points, and questioning staff. I was at the center of it all, sifting through event plans, cross-referencing guest lists, poring over every detail of that night. Every interaction, every fleeting glance, every seemingly innocent request was now viewed through a lens of suspicion. The ice sculpture vendor was questioned, the caterers, the lighting crew, everyone was clean. No one had seen anything suspicious. No one had heard anything out of the ordinary apart from my phantom snick and Maria's bewildered confusion. Mark, under intense interrogation, maintained his story. He swore he'd been tricked, threatened. His family, he claimed, had been explicitly named, and a vague, terrifying threat of unforeseen consequences had been delivered via an anonymous, untraceable phone call. He described the consultant as a man in a sharp, expensive suit, well-spoken, charismatic, and incredibly convincing. He'd shown Mark a fake ID and a letter on what looked like legitimate corporate letterhead, outlining the security audit. Mark had genuinely believed he was participating in a clandestine test of the building's resilience. He seemed genuinely horrified when confronted with the truth of the infiltration. His terror, if real, suggested a level of sophisticated psychological manipulation that was unnerving. The search for the rectangular object and for the mysterious figure yielded nothing. It was as if they had simply ceased to exist after leaving the loading dock. No car, no taxi, no identifiable person matching the description on any public camera feed in the vicinity. They had vanished, leaving only questions and a trail of perfectly executed deception. Julian, more stressed than I'd ever seen him, called a meeting a week later. It was just the two of us, Mike, and a stern-faced, impeccably dressed woman named Ms. Albright from corporate security, a sign of how serious the situation had become. "We've hit a wall," Julian admitted, his voice tight. "Every lead has gone cold. Mark's story, while plausible given his state, leads nowhere. The consultant he described doesn't exist in any corporate database. The phone call was untraceable. The fake ID and letterhead were professional forgeries. We have no confirmed identification of the infiltrator, no motive for what they took or even what it was. It's like chasing a ghost." Ms. Albright, a woman whose calm demeanor was as unnerving as the lack of answers, spoke then, her voice low and measured. The fact that we can find no trace is in itself telling. This wasn't an amateur job. This was a professional operation, highly funded, meticulously planned, and executed by individuals with exceptional skills. They chose this location for a reason, not just for the stealth, but perhaps for the specific timing and the unique conditions. The charity gala, I murmured, thinking of the high-profile guests, the media attention, the sheer volume of people. A perfect cover. Indeed, Ms. Albright confirmed. A high-density target for distraction, minimal likelihood of witnesses noticing something amiss, and the illusion of an ordinary event masking extraordinary activity. And the use of the ice sculpture, a theatrical element that ensures its eventual destruction, erasing any direct evidence of its contents. So we have nothing, I pressed, a wave of despair washing over me. Ms. Albright's gaze, sharp and intelligent, met mine. Not nothing, Jess. We have data, we have the footage, we have Mark's testimony, however compromised. And we have the knowledge that someone out there possesses an intimate knowledge of this building and its vulnerabilities. This isn't over. This is just the beginning of understanding who is targeting us and why. Her words chilled me. Targeting us. It wasn't just a random heist. This was personal. This building, this organization was a specific target. We're upgrading all security systems, Julian interjected, trying to project an air of control. New locks, biometric scanners, enhanced camera coverage, internal audits of all staff with sensitive access. No stone will be left unturned. Good, Ms. Albright said, her voice betraying no emotion. But the immediate concern is what they gained. What was in that rectangular object? What was its purpose? Until we know that, we are operating in the dark. The meeting ended without any concrete answers, only more questions. I left feeling a profound sense of unease. The city, once a vibrant panorama of opportunity, now felt like a labyrinth of unseen threats. Every shadow seemed to hold a secret, every polite smile a potential deception. The incident remained a dark stain on my professional conscience. Julian, true to his word, initiated a massive overhaul of security. Mark disappeared from the payroll, his fate a quiet mystery, though I heard whispers he was relocated with his family under protection by corporate. The details of the rooftop incident were buried deep, classified. As far as the public and most of the staff were concerned, it was a minor misunderstanding with an ice sculpture delivery. Life externally went back to normal. But for me, nothing was normal. The quiet snick of that door, the impossible disappearance of the eagle, the phantom figure, haunted my dreams. I'd become hyper-aware, constantly scanning, constantly vigilant. Every event I managed, every detail I oversaw, was now scrutinized with a paranoia I hadn't known before. I started seeing things, or imagining them. A fleeting shadow in a peripheral camera feed, an unfamiliar face lingering a little too long near a restricted area. A car parked suspiciously down the street. I knew it was partly my own frayed nerves, but the experience had fundamentally altered my perception of security and of trust. One evening, about 2 months after the gala, I was working late, reviewing plans for an upcoming conference. The building was almost empty, the only sounds the hum of the HVAC and the distant city traffic. I was alone in my office, a stack of blueprints spread across my desk. I was particularly focused on the schematics of the service elevator shaft, still trying to wrap my head around how the infiltrator had managed to access it. Suddenly, a faint flicker on my computer screen caught my attention. It was the live feed from the service elevator lobby on the rooftop level, still one of my most closely monitored points. An automated system was running routine diagnostics on the newly installed biometric lock. The screen showed the door, reinforced and upgraded, glowing with a soft blue light from its new scanner. And then, as the system reported lock status, secure, I saw it again. A movement not at the door itself, but slightly above it in the top corner of the frame, a brief, almost imperceptible shimmer like a distorted reflection. It was the same flicker I'd seen on the original footage, the one I'd initially dismissed as a trick of the light, the one Julian had later confirmed was too precise to be random. My heart leaped into my throat. I leaned closer to the screen, my breath catching. There it was again, a faint ripple in the air near where the ceiling met the wall just above the service door. It was gone as quickly as it appeared, but it was enough. It was too specific to be a coincidence. It wasn't a wire, it wasn't a shadow, it was something else, something almost ethereal, a distortion like heat haze or a shimmer from an invisible force field. My blood ran cold. This wasn't a replay of the past. This was happening now. Someone was there or something. I grabbed my radio, my hand trembling, about to call Julian. But then I hesitated. What would I say? I'm seeing a shimmer near the service door on the rooftop feed. It sounded insane. After 2 months of false alarms and chasing ghosts, I knew I needed more proof, tangible, undeniable proof. I remembered Ms. Albright's words. This isn't over. This is just the beginning of understanding who is targeting us and why. Was this the beginning of the next phase? Were they back? I made a decision, a reckless, impulsive one driven by a desperate need for answers. I wouldn't call Julian yet. I would go myself. I would see it with my own eyes. I stood up, my chair scraping loudly on the polished floor in the silent office. The sound echoed, amplifying my own fear. I grabbed my keycard, a heavy-duty tactical flashlight from my desk drawer, and took a deep, shaky breath. The elevator ride up to the rooftop felt interminable. Each floor chime was a hammer blow against my chest. My mind raced, trying to rationalize what I'd seen. A glitch, a dust particle catching the light. But the memory of the previous infiltration, the precision, the ruthlessness, dispelled any comforting illusions. The service elevator opened to the now upgraded lobby. The new biometric scanner on the service door glowed a steady blue. The area was quiet, empty, just as it should be. I scanned the space, the powerful beam of my flashlight cutting through the dim emergency lighting. Nothing, no one, the air was still and cold. I walked slowly towards the door, my footsteps echoing unnervingly. I stopped just a few feet away, my eyes fixed on the spot where I'd seen the shimmer on the screen, the corner where the ceiling met the wall. Nothing, just bare concrete, painted utility gray. My heart sank. Was I losing my mind? Had the stress finally pushed me over the edge? Had I just imagined it all, a phantom echo of a past trauma? I was about to turn away, to admit defeat, to rationalize it as a trick of the light on the camera lens, when a faint sound reached my ears. So soft, so subtle, I almost dismissed it. A barely audible hum, like a very low-frequency vibration. It wasn't coming from the HVAC system. It wasn't coming from the building's machinery. It was coming from somewhere else, and it felt like it was coming from above me. I slowly raised my flashlight, aiming it at the ceiling just above the service door. The beam sliced through the darkness, illuminating the pristine concrete paneling. No vents, no access panels, nothing out of the ordinary. But the hum was still there, and as the beam lingered, I noticed something, a subtle distortion in the air right at the center of the ceiling panel. It was like looking through a faint ripple in water or a heat haze rising from asphalt on a summer day, except there was no heat and no water. My breath hitched. It was the shimmer, but here in person it was almost invisible, a trick of light and physics. Unless you knew what you were looking for, unless you were looking for the impossible. I reached out a trembling hand slowly towards the distorted spot. My fingers brushed against nothing, just empty air, but as my hand passed through the area I felt a faint resistance, a tingle like static electricity or passing through a very fine, invisible web. My eyes widened in terror. This wasn't a glitch. This wasn't my imagination. This was real, and it was a cloak, an invisible field, a portal, or some kind of advanced cloaking technology. The hum intensified slightly, a low thrum that vibrated through the air, sending shivers down my spine. And then, from the very center of the distortion, a tiny, almost imperceptible line began to appear. A hairline crack in the concrete, but it wasn't a crack. It was a seam. Slowly, silently, an impossibly thin line of light began to trace a circle on the ceiling panel. My blood ran cold. That panel wasn't just concrete, it was a hatch, and it was opening from above. This wasn't just about an elevator shaft anymore. This was about something else entirely, something beyond the building's known infrastructure, something otherworldly. The circular seam grew wider, glowing with a faint internal luminescence. The hum grew louder, more resonant. A sense of immense pressure filled the small space, pushing against my eardrums. I stumbled back, my heart pounding in my chest like a drum. And then from the glowing circle, something began to descend. Not a figure, not a wire, but a faint, silvery mist swirling and coalescing in the air, slowly taking on a more solid form. It was like watching something materialize out of thin air. The mist solidified into a shimmering, almost translucent shape, slowly forming a familiar yet impossibly alien structure. It wasn't a human, it wasn't a drone. As the silvery form took on clearer definition, a wave of profound, instinctual terror washed over me. It was sleek, impossibly complex, and utterly beyond anything I had ever seen. It was metallic, yet seemed to flow like liquid. It was clearly a machine, but it moved with an organic grace. It descended silently, effortlessly, until it hovered just a few feet above the floor. It was roughly spherical, about the size of a small car, with various intricate components that shifted and rotated within its shimmering exterior. No visible propulsion, no wires, just a silent, humming presence. And then, from its underside, a panel slid open, revealing an internal cavity bathed in a soft, pulsating blue light. And within that cavity, secured in place, was a rectangular object, dark, sleek, metallic, exactly like the one the hooded figure had carried. My mind screamed. They hadn't taken the object from the rooftop. They had delivered it. The ice sculpture wasn't the container, it was a decoy or a marker. The original delivery had come from this impossibly advanced craft, and the hooded figure had then taken a copy or perhaps a secondary component from it. The implications were staggering. This wasn't corporate espionage. This wasn't a simple heist. This was something far, far beyond anything Julian or Ms. Albright had ever encountered. This was advanced technology, impossible technology. As I stood frozen in terror, the circular hatch on the ceiling began to close, the hum fading as it sealed itself perfectly, leaving no trace. The room returned to its dim, silent state, save for the silent, hovering craft before me. The blue light inside its cavity pulsed rhythmically, illuminating the rectangular object within. It wasn't just a device. It felt like something humming with contained power, radiating an invisible energy that prickled my skin. My fear was so intense it was almost paralyzing. I wanted to run, to scream, to call for help, but my feet were rooted to the spot. My voice was trapped in my throat. I could only stare, mesmerized and horrified at the impossible machine before me. And then a new thought, chilling and precise, pierced through the fog of my terror. If this craft was here delivering something, then it wasn't just observing, it was actively involved. And if it was here now, then the earlier disappearance of the eagle, the hooded figure, the entire elaborate charade, it was all part of a much larger, much more sophisticated plan. The craft remained motionless for a long moment, its blue light pulsating softly. It was observing me, I felt it, a cold, alien intelligence emanating from its silent presence. Then slowly, deliberately, the panel on its underside began to close, obscuring the rectangular object from view. The blue light faded and the entire craft began to shimmer, losing its solid form, dissolving back into the silvery mist from which it had coalesced. It was leaving, taking its impossible technology and whatever purpose it had served with it. But it had shown me something, it had revealed itself, and in that brief, terrifying encounter it had confirmed my deepest, most irrational fears. This wasn't just a building being targeted, this was humanity encountering something unknown. And I, Jess, an event manager, was standing at the precipice of that terrifying discovery. The world I knew, the world of charity galas and corporate events, had just been irrevocably shattered. The shimmer intensified, becoming translucent, then almost entirely invisible. The hum faded into an inaudible thrum, then into silence. In a matter of seconds, the craft was gone, vanished back into whatever dimension or cloaking field it had emerged from. The ceiling panel, once again, was smooth, pristine concrete. I stood there alone in the dim service lobby, gasping for breath, my mind reeling. The air still tingled with a faint, residual energy. My body was shaking uncontrollably. I knew what I had seen, and I knew with absolute certainty that no one would ever believe me. How could I explain this? How could I tell Julian or Ms. Albright that an alien craft had just materialized in our building, delivering a mysterious object? They would think I'd cracked under the pressure, that I was having a breakdown. But I wasn't crazy, I had seen it. And the object, the one the hooded figure had carried away 2 months ago, was now here again within this impossible craft. Why bring it back? And if it was the same object or another just like it, what was its significance? A new wave of cold dread washed over me. What if it wasn't gone? What if it was just cloaked, watching? I forced myself to move, my legs feeling like jelly. I had to get out of there. I had to tell someone, but who and how? As I fumbled for my radio, my mind racing through the impossible implications, a chilling thought crystallized. If they could cloak themselves, if they could manipulate matter and space with such ease, then the whole event 2 months ago, the ice sculpture, the snick, the timing, Mark's coercion, the infiltrator, it was all a carefully constructed theater. A performance designed to achieve a specific goal, orchestrated by entities far beyond our comprehension. And I, a mere event manager, had stumbled into the middle of their stage. My radio felt heavy in my hand. What was I supposed to say? Julian, I just saw an invisible alien spaceship materialize in the service lobby, and it's carrying the rectangular object we thought was stolen. The words sounded ridiculous even in my own head. But I couldn't ignore it. This was no longer just about building security. This was about something fundamental, something that changed everything. I knew with a terrifying clarity that my life, and perhaps the world, had just taken a profound and irreversible turn. The silence of the rooftop service lobby, usually a comforting sign of control, now felt pregnant with unseen forces, hidden dimensions, and a future I was utterly unprepared for. My radio felt heavy in my hand. What was I supposed to say? Julian, I just saw an invisible alien spaceship materialize in the service lobby, and it's carrying the rectangular object we thought was stolen. The words sounded ridiculous even in my own head. But I couldn't ignore it. This was no longer just about building security. This was about something fundamental, something that changed everything. I knew with a terrifying clarity that my life, and perhaps the world, had just taken a profound and irreversible turn. The silence of the rooftop service lobby, usually a comforting sign of control, now felt pregnant with unseen forces, hidden dimensions, and a future I was utterly unprepared for. My fingers tightened around the radio, the plastic digging into my palm. My breath came in shallow, ragged gasps. I had to, but who? Julian, he would dismiss it, think I was overworked, hallucinating. Ms. Albright, even more likely to assume a breakdown. I needed proof, something tangible. My eyes darted to the ceiling panel where the craft had emerged. Smooth, pristine, no seam, no glow, nothing. It was as if my mind had conjured the entire terrifying display. But the tingling on my skin, the lingering metallic scent in the air, the cold dread in my gut, these were real. I raised my flashlight again, sweeping the beam over the ceiling, then the walls, the floor, searching for anything. A faint scorch mark, a residual glow, a dropped component, anything, but there was nothing. The space was as sterile and ordinary as it had been before. My only witness was my own traumatized mind. A new surge of panic. If I told them, they wouldn't believe me. They might even silence me for my own good, for the building's reputation, for the stability of the carefully constructed reality they believed in. I was an event manager, not an astrophysicist or a secret agent. But I couldn't keep this to myself. The rectangular object, it was here again. Why? What was its purpose? And what had the hooded figure taken 2 months ago? A decoy, a component. I took a shaky breath, trying to slow my racing heart. I needed to think. Logically, what would Julian do if he saw inexplicable phenomena? He'd look for evidence, for data, and I had data. The footage. My computer, back in my office, was still running the live feed. I looked at the service door. The newly installed biometric scanner glowed blue. It was secure, locked. No one had entered through it. No one had exited. But the craft had bypassed the building's infrastructure entirely, emerging from a hidden point in the ceiling. My gaze returned to the ceiling, to the perfectly smooth panel. I slowly reached out my hand again, hesitantly tracing the outline of the invisible hatch. Nothing. But the residual tingling was still there, a ghost sensation on my fingertips. Then a flicker on my phone. A notification from the building's internal security app, a low-priority alert. HVAC system anomaly, service elevator lobby rooftop, temperature spike, too localized to be a general system failure. My eyes widened. The craft, its presence had caused a localized temperature spike. That was data, that was evidence. It was minimal, easily dismissed as a sensor error, but it was something. I gripped my radio, no longer trembling with terror, but with a new resolve. I would not be dismissed, I would not be silenced. I had seen what I had seen. "Julian," I whispered into the radio, my voice hoarse. "Are you there?" A moment of static, then his familiar, weary voice. "Jess, what's wrong? I thought you were off the clock." I saw something," I forced myself to say, the words catching in my throat. "On the rooftop, in the service lobby, something impossible." "Impossible," Julian's voice sharpened, losing its weariness. "What are you talking about? Has someone else tried to access the service door?" "No, not through the door," I stammered, trying to find the right words, the words that wouldn't make me sound insane. "It was from above, a hatch in the ceiling, and then something came out, a craft. It wasn't a drone, it wasn't human technology." Silence, a long, chilling silence. I could almost hear Julian processing my words, filtering them through his logical, military-trained mind, dismissing them. "Jess," he finally said, his voice slow and deliberate, "are you feeling all right? Have you had enough sleep? That stress from the gala might be catching up to you." "I know what I saw, Julian," I insisted, my voice gaining strength, fueled by a surge of defiance. "And there's an HVAC anomaly report, a localized temperature spike. It's on the system logs in this lobby just moments ago." Another pause. This time I heard the faint click of a keyboard, the rustle of papers. Julian was checking. My heart pounded. This was my only shot. "Localized temperature spike," he repeated, his voice still laced with skepticism, but a hint of something else now, curiosity, concern. "All right, Jess, stay where you are. Don't touch anything. I'm on my way up. And I'm calling Mike to pull that HVAC data, and all camera feeds from this area, even the ones we usually ignore." "The cameras won't show anything, Julian," I said, a bitter note in my voice. It was cloaked, invisible, like a shimmer in the air. "We'll see, Jess, just stay put." His voice was firm, but I detected an underlying tension. He was taking me seriously enough to come up, but not seriously enough to believe my wild claims, not yet. I put the radio down, my gaze fixed on the ceiling panel, the perfect, ordinary ceiling panel. The tension in the air felt suffocating. I wrapped my arms around myself, trying to calm the tremors in my body. This was just the beginning. It felt like an eternity before the service elevator doors opened again, revealing Julian and Mike. Julian's face was drawn, his eyes narrowed. Mike looked bewildered, holding a tablet and a portable diagnostics device. "Jess, what exactly did you see?" Julian asked, his voice low as he scanned the empty lobby. His hand rested on the sidearm holstered at his hip, a gesture that spoke volumes about his apprehension. A circular hatch opened in the ceiling. I pointed upwards, my fingers still trembling slightly. Right there, and a craft descended. It was silvery, shimmering, not solid like metal, but like liquid light, and it was hovering. And it had that rectangular object inside it. Julian and Mike exchanged a quick, incredulous glance. Mike stared at the ceiling, then back at me, his mouth slightly agape. "A craft, Jess?" Julian asked, his skepticism clear in his tone. "An aircraft inside the building." "No, not an aircraft. It wasn't from this world, Julian. It was alien. It looked alien." I felt ridiculous saying it, but it was the truth. And it was cloaked, almost invisible. That's why the cameras didn't pick it up before, why the eagle just vanished. Julian ran a hand through his hair, a deep furrow in his brow. "Jess, I know you're under a lot of stress, but this is a significant claim." I know, but I'm not lying, and I'm not imagining it, I insisted, my voice cracking slightly. Check the HVAC logs, check the air quality sensors. There was a weird smell, a metallic ozone smell, it just faded. Mike, looking profoundly uncomfortable, nervously tapped on his tablet. The HVAC anomaly is real, Julian, a very localized temperature spike for about 30 seconds, and a minute later a small spike in atmospheric ozone. It's strange. The sensors should be calibrated for that. It's almost like some kind of energy burst. Julian's eyes widened fractionally. He looked at me, then at the ceiling, then back at Mike. Show me the full sensor data, Mike, and cross-reference it with every other atmospheric sensor in this building. As Mike frantically worked on his tablet, Julian walked slowly towards the service door, his eyes sweeping the ceiling above it. He stopped directly beneath where I had pointed. Nothing, he muttered, his flashlight beam cutting through the dimness. No seams, no scorch marks, no stress fractures, just solid concrete. It sealed itself, I explained, my voice calmer now, a sense of grim determination setting in. Perfectly, it leaves no trace, that's how advanced it is. Julian reached out and ran his gloved hand over the ceiling panel. He paused, then pressed his palm against the surface. He looked at me, a flicker of something unreadable in his gaze. It feels cold, he said, his voice barely a whisper. Colder than the surrounding concrete, significantly colder. Mike, can you get a thermal scan of this panel? Mike immediately produced a handheld thermal imager. He pointed it at the ceiling. The screen glowed, showing a faint but distinct blue patch on the concrete panel, indicating a localized cold spot. The rest of the ceiling was a uniform orange. Whoa, Mike breathed, staring at the imager. That's not right. The HVAC isn't set to cool this spot like that. Julian's face was now etched with a mixture of shock and dawning comprehension. The skepticism was slowly eroding, replaced by something colder, more analytical. He looked at me, his eyes now holding a hint of respect and perhaps fear. All right, Jess, he said, his voice low and serious. Walk me through it again, every detail, from the moment you saw the shimmer on your screen. I recounted everything, my voice steady now, the details vivid in my mind. The faint ripple, the intensifying hum, the circular seam of light, the silvery mist, the materializing craft, the rectangular object within, its pulsating blue light, and its silent, impossible departure. I described the feeling of static electricity, the subtle pressure. Julian listened intently, his expression growing grimmer with each word. Mike, meanwhile, was frantically cross-referencing data on his tablet, his eyes wide with disbelief. The cold spot, Julian said when I finished. It suggests a rapid, localized energy transfer, consistent with something dissipating or displacing a large amount of thermal energy. And the ozone spike, that's consistent with certain types of advanced plasma discharges or energy fields. But alien, Mike stammered, his voice filled with a tremor of fear. Julian, this is insane. Mike, we just found a cold spot and an ozone spike on a perfectly normal ceiling panel where Jess claims an invisible, non-terrestrial craft materialized, Julian countered, his voice sharp. At this point, insane is relative. We need to consider all possibilities, however outlandish. He turned to me. Jess, what did you mean? Why bring it back? The rectangular object, I explained. It was identical to the one the hooded figure took 2 months ago, dark, sleek, metallic, about the size of a laptop. I distinctly remember it. It was glowing with blue light inside the craft's cavity, like a twin or the original or a copy. Why bring it back here? Julian rubbed his chin, his mind working furiously. So the ice sculpture wasn't just a decoy for a package. It was a decoy for a delivery from this craft, and the hooded figure retrieved something from it. But if this craft just delivered another identical object, what does that mean? It means the first one was either taken or deployed, and now they're either replacing it or delivering another one, or retrieving the first one using this as a transport, I offered, trying to make sense of the incomprehensible. But it was hovering for a long time, just observing me. I felt it. A chill ran through Julian. Observing you, you mean it knew you were here, it allowed you to see it. It seemed to, I said, a shiver running down my spine. It materialized, showed me the object, then recloaked. It felt deliberate. If that's true, Julian said, his voice now dangerously low, then this isn't just an incident. This is a message or a show. Or a test, Mike added, still pale. Like the one Mark was tricked into thinking he was participating in. Julian's eyes narrowed. The Mark incident, the ice sculpture, the aerial drop from an unknown vehicle, it all fits a pattern of extreme stealth and precision beyond any human Black Ops operation I've ever heard of. And now this confirms it. He pulled out his radio. Mike, stay here with Jess. Do not leave this spot. Do not let anyone else in here. Activate a full-spectrum sensor sweep of this entire lobby, ground to ceiling. Look for any residual energy signatures, unusual particles, anything at all. And keep that thermal imager on this panel. Jess, stay calm. We're going to figure this out. He walked a few steps away, then spoke into his radio, his voice a low, urgent murmur. Albright, this is Julian, code black, immediate and critical. I need you on the line, secure channel right now, and I need a team of highly specialized personnel. Scientific, not just security. Something beyond our current understanding has just occurred. You're not going to believe what Jess just witnessed. Mike and I stood in stunned silence as Julian continued to speak into his radio, his words clipped, precise, and filled with an urgency that sent shivers down my spine. Code black, that was the highest level of threat, reserved for existential dangers, for things that could destabilize society. He was believing me. Mike, still pale, pointed his thermal imager at the ceiling. The cold spot was still there, slowly dissipating, but still visible. He then brought out a more sensitive atmospheric sensor. Getting some interesting readings, Jess, he whispered, his voice barely audible. Faint, but definitely there, high-frequency electromagnetic anomalies and some exotic particles. Nothing I've ever seen in a normal building environment. My mind raced. Exotic particles. This wasn't just a fancy trick, it was real and it was happening. Mike, I said, my voice barely a whisper, if this thing can cloak itself, if it can open hatches in solid concrete, what else can it do? And why here, why our building? Mike just shook his head, his eyes wide. I don't know, Jess, this is way above my pay grade, way above Julian's pay grade for that matter. Julian finished his call, his face grim. He returned to us, his expression unreadable. Ms. Albright is mobilizing. She's bringing in a rapid response team, but it'll take them an hour to get here. Until then, we are on our own. Mike, secure this area. Jess, you and I need to review all footage from 2 months ago, specifically the aerial drop and the figure in the elevator with this new context in mind. We need to look for any hidden details, any anomalies, any patterns we missed. He turned to me, his eyes piercing. And Jess, from now on, you are officially part of this investigation. You are the primary witness, and you are not to tell anyone, and I mean anyone, about what you saw until we have a clearer picture. Your life and potentially many others could depend on it. The weight of his words pressed down on me. I nodded, a cold resolve settling in my gut. My life as an event manager concerned with logistics and guest lists was irrevocably over. I was now a participant in something far grander and far more terrifying. The next hour was a blur of intense, focused activity. Julian and I retreated to a secure, windowless observation room several floors below, leaving Mike to guard the service lobby like a sentinel, his new array of sensors tirelessly scanning the empty space. We pored over the footage from 2 months ago, the one showing the eagle's impossible disappearance and the hooded figure's equally impossible entrance. With the knowledge of the cloaked craft, details I'd previously dismissed now screamed for attention. The dark, fast-moving shape that had passed over the camera lens at 9:39 p.m. just before the eagle vanished, it wasn't a bird or a drone. It was the craft, or a smaller, unmanned version of it. The shimmer near the railing, dismissed as a wire, was the residual cloaking field as the craft maneuvered. And the hooded figure, their movements already unnervingly smooth and efficient, now seemed almost too perfect. The way they descended from the elevator ceiling, the way they manipulated the service door, the way they clutched that rectangular object. It was almost as if they were intimately familiar with the craft's delivery system, with its exact location. Look at the way they hold that object, I pointed at the screen, zooming in on the figure's hand. They're holding it like it's incredibly delicate or incredibly important. And the way they glance around the elevator car, it's like they know exactly where they are, exactly what they're doing. Julian nodded slowly, his eyes fixed on the screen. The suit they're wearing, it's too sleek, too specialized for a common infiltrator, almost like it's designed for zero-G environments or for extreme stealth, and the hood to obscure their identity completely. No thermal signature, no facial recognition. What if the hood isn't just for disguise? I mused aloud. What if it's part of the suit, integrated with whatever technology allows them to move like that or to interact with the craft? A possibility, Julian conceded. The fact that they could access the elevator shaft from above, bypass our systems, and then exit the elevator car itself. It suggests a level of expertise that goes beyond human capabilities, or at least publicly known human capabilities. We watched the footage again, this time focusing on the subtle distortion in the air around the figure. There wasn't a clear shimmer like what I'd seen with the craft, but there were fleeting moments, almost like a heat haze, around the figure's outline. They were partially cloaked, I whispered, a new realization hitting me. Not fully invisible, but enough to make them difficult to discern, to blur their outline, to make them seem like a trick of the light. Julian rewound the footage, playing it in slow motion. You're right, look at that, just as they emerged from the elevator, a faint distortion around their body, like an active camouflage. They were using some form of advanced technology to move through the building undetected. In the snick, I remembered, feeling a fresh wave of frustration. The sound I heard, it wasn't the door being locked. It was the sound of the cloaking field deactivating or reactivating, or perhaps the craft itself settling back into its hidden position. Julian leaned back, a heavy sigh escaping his lips. So 2 months ago, an advanced cloaked craft delivered something to our rooftop. A hooded figure using advanced cloaking or active camouflage retrieved an object from that delivery and exited the building via our service elevator, using Mark as an unwitting distraction. And just now, the same or a similar craft returned, delivering or displaying another identical object, and then vanished. And you, Jess, were the sole witness. It showed itself to me, I repeated, the full weight of that realization hitting me. It knew I was there, it wanted me to see it. But why, Julian asked, his voice puzzled. Why expose itself now after 2 months of meticulous stealth, and why you? The question hung in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. Was I chosen? Was this a deliberate escalation? Just then Julian's radio crackled. It was Ms. Albright. Her voice, usually calm and composed, held a new tight edge. Julian, I'm en route with the team, ETA 30 minutes, but I need to tell you something. We just ran a preliminary background check on the type of technology Jess described. Cloaking fields, localized energy displacement, exotic particle signatures, silent flight material manipulation. It's all theoretical, high-level physics, but there are whispers. Unconfirmed reports from various intelligence agencies around the world of similar incidents. Isolated, inexplicable events, often involving highly specialized rectangular devices. My heart hammered against my ribs. Whispers, intelligence agencies. This wasn't just a local building security problem. This was global. What kind of whispers, Albright? Julian pressed, his voice taut. Rumors of a new, unknown power, something operating outside the established geopolitical framework. Something with technology far beyond ours, Ms. Albright replied, her voice dropping to a near whisper. They call them the architects, because their interventions always seem to involve precise, almost surgical changes to infrastructure or the delivery of highly specific components or devices, and always with an element of extreme stealth, almost as if they are observing, testing, or building something unseen. Architects, the name sent a chill down my spine. It implied design, purpose, control, and it implied that this was all part of a larger, grander scheme. And the rectangular device? Julian asked, his gaze fixed on me. It's been described in some reports, a key or a catalyst. Its function is unknown, but it seems to be the primary focus of these incidents, always present, always retrieved or delivered with the utmost secrecy. Ms. Albright's voice was grim. Julian, this goes beyond corporate espionage. This might go beyond humanity itself. A profound silence descended upon the room. The hum of the computers, the distant city sounds, all seemed to fade into insignificance. Julian looked at me, his face a mask of disbelief and fear. All right, Albright, Julian finally said, his voice strained. Get here fast and bring every piece of data you have on these architects and their keys. We're no longer just dealing with a breach. We're dealing with first contact. First contact, the words echoed in my mind, terrifying and exhilarating at the same time. My life, the gala, the building mark, the ice sculpture, it was all a tiny cog in a colossal alien mechanism. When Ms. Albright and her team arrived, the air in the building changed. They were a different breed of security personnel, sharp, focused, dressed in dark, unassuming tactical gear. They moved with an efficiency that bordered on military precision. Ms. Albright herself was even more formidable in person. Her eyes, a piercing shade of gray, seemed to see everything. She listened to my account without interruption, her gaze unwavering. Julian provided the corroborating sensor data, the thermal images, the ozone spikes. Mike, now fully convinced and terrified, presented his analysis of the subtle anomalies in the old footage. The cold spot is still faintly detectable, Mike reported, his voice low. And we're still picking up residual M anomalies in the area. It's fading, but it's there. Definite proof of something unnatural having occupied that space. Ms. Albright nodded slowly. This aligns with other unconfirmed reports. The residual energy signatures are always transient, designed to dissipate rapidly. They don't want to leave evidence, except for when they do, she looked at me. Jess, you said it allowed you to see it. It felt deliberate. Why do you think that is? I shrugged, a cold knot in my stomach. I don't know, maybe it was a warning, maybe it was a challenge, or maybe it was an invitation. Ms. Albright's lips tightened. An invitation to what? To whatever it is they're doing, I replied, my voice gaining a strange sense of conviction. They're clearly operating in the shadows, but they showed themselves to me. They wanted me to know. A deliberate disclosure, Ms. Albright murmured, turning to Julian. This changes the entire dynamic. Before it was a covert operation we were trying to unravel. Now it's an active communication, however cryptic. Her team meticulously swept the service lobby, deploying a battery of advanced sensors. They found microfractures in the concrete panel, almost imperceptible where the circular hatch would have been, microscopic residues of exotic metals, all confirming my account. This is indisputable, one of the lead scientists, a lean, intense woman with a lab coat over her tactical gear, reported. The structural integrity of this panel was momentarily compromised and then perfectly restored. The material composition here is slightly altered, and these trace elements, they don't match anything in our known periodic table or any known human manufacturing process. The implications were staggering. We were no longer chasing a criminal enterprise. We were dealing with something utterly, terrifyingly unknown. The key, Ms. Albright said, turning back to Julian and me. We need to understand its function. If they are delivering or deploying these devices, and if they are now making themselves known, there must be a larger purpose. And Jess, you may be central to understanding that purpose. My heart skipped a beat. Central, what did she mean central? I was an event manager. Why me? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Why would they choose me? Ms. Albright's gaze was sharp, analytical. Perhaps because you are observant, perhaps because you are tenacious, or perhaps you simply happen to be in the right place at the right time, or the wrong place depending on your perspective. She pulled out a secure tablet, its screen glowing with complex diagrams and encrypted text. My contacts have been compiling information on these architect incidents. They've been happening globally at seemingly random but always high-profile locations. Art museums, scientific research facilities, major financial institutions, always involving a key device, and always leaving behind subtle, almost imperceptible clues. She pointed to a diagram on the tablet. We believe these keys are not weapons, at least not in the conventional sense. They appear to be activators or triggers designed to initiate some kind of process, but what process we don't know. And the ice sculpture, I interjected, remembering the original incident. If the craft delivered something, why disguise it as an ice sculpture, and why an eagle? Ms. Albright considered this. Theatricality, perhaps to blend in or to self-destruct if not retrieved, destroying the original container. But the eagle specifically, is there any significance to the eagle in your building? I thought back to the building's history. The building is named the Aryan Tower. Aryan is an old word, possibly Greek, related to air or flight, and our corporate logo features a stylized eagle soaring. It's meant to symbolize ambition, vision, ascendancy. Ms. Albright's eyes lit up. An eagle, Aryan Tower, ascendancy, this isn't random, Jess, this is symbolic. They're using our own symbols against us or communicating through them. The ice sculpture wasn't just a container, it was a coded message, an extremely subtle one. Julian interjected, his face grim. So these architects are not just technologically advanced, they're intelligent. They understand human culture, our symbols, our language. And they're communicating in a way that is designed to be almost imperceptible unless you're paying very close attention. Precisely, Ms. Albright confirmed. And the original key from 2 months ago, it's still out there, in someone's possession, the hooded figure. And now another one has either been delivered or briefly revealed. Why two? Are they linked? Are they activated sequentially? What happens when they are? The questions piled up, each more daunting than the last. My mind reeled with the implications. My building, my gala, my routine life had been chosen as a stage for an alien drama, a cryptic communication, a silent, unseen game. We need to find the first key, Julian stated, his military training kicking in, bringing a semblance of order to the chaos. And we need to understand what the second appearance means. Was it a message to Jess specifically, or was it activating something here in the building? The cold spot, I suddenly recalled. It was here above the door, not inside the elevator car. What if it was activating something in the building's structure itself, not just delivering a new key? Ms. Albright's eyes narrowed. A compelling thought, Jess. The architect incidents often involve subtle changes to infrastructure. We'll need to conduct a full deep scan structural analysis of this entire section of the building, service shafts, utilities, everything. Look for any hidden conduits, any new components, anything that doesn't match the original schematics. The next few days blurred into a whirlwind of covert activity. My office became a command center. Scientists, engineers, and specialists from Ms. Albright's team, all wearing the guise of corporate auditors, swarmed the building. They moved silently, efficiently, their advanced equipment scanning every wall, every pipe, every beam. I found myself working alongside them, no longer an event manager, but an integral part of this silent global war of wits. My intimate knowledge of the building, its quirks, its personnel, its history became invaluable. I pointed out obscure access panels, recalled minor structural repairs, detailed the specific schedule of every service person who had ever set foot in the building. Julian was a tireless coordinator, barking orders, reviewing data, pushing for answers. Ms. Albright was the strategic mastermind, connecting our local incident to global patterns, analyzing every nuance, every cryptic clue. But the pressure was immense. The knowledge of what we were dealing with, the sheer impossibility of it, weighed heavily on all of us. Sleep became a luxury. The line between reality and hallucination blurred. One evening, I was with Ms. Albright, reviewing schematics of the elevator shaft when a new report came in. It was from the structural analysis team. Ms. Albright, we have something, the lead engineer, a stoic man named Dr. Aris, reported, his voice tinged with excitement. We found a hidden compartment in the main support column directly above the service elevator shaft. It's entirely separate from the building's original structure, concealed with advanced stealth materials, and it's empty. My heart leaped. A hidden compartment. What was inside it? We don't know, Dr. Aris replied. but the compartment's internal surface shows trace elements identical to those found on the service lobby ceiling, and on the old footage, the subtle shimmer around the hooded figure. It appears to be designed to hold a device of rectangular shape. Ms. Albright's eyes gleamed with grim satisfaction. The architects build their own infrastructure hidden within hours. This compartment was likely the original staging point for the key delivery. The craft materialized there, placed the key, and then the hooded figure retrieved it. The service elevator car was merely a convenient access point. So the ice sculpture was a decoy for a delivery that came from inside the building, from a hidden, alien-constructed compartment. I clarified, trying to wrap my head around the layers of deception. Precisely, Ms. Albright confirmed. They used the aerial drop to draw attention to create a spectacle, while the true delivery happened quietly, meticulously from within, and the ice sculpture itself was likely embedded with a tracking beacon or a marker guiding the aerial drop, or simply designed to confuse. This was a level of planning, of intricate misdirection that was truly terrifying. But the craft that materialized just now, Julian interjected, it didn't descend into the elevator shaft. It emerged from the lobby ceiling, showed Jess the key, and then vanished. Why bypass the hidden compartment? Perhaps because the compartment was merely for the initial deployment, Ms. Albright mused. And now that Jess has witnessed the craft and the architects know we are aware, they are escalating. They are showing us their direct capabilities, or they are using the second key or the craft itself to trigger something that doesn't require the concealed compartment. A trigger, I thought aloud, remembering her earlier words. What if the key isn't just a device? What if it's a power source or a data core? What if they're activating something in the building itself? Dr. Aris spoke up again. Ms. Albright, we're also detecting a very faint, almost imperceptible energy signature radiating from deep within the building's central core. It's a very low-frequency pulse. It wasn't there before. It started about 2 months ago, right after the gala incident, and it seems to have intensified after Jess's recent encounter. My blood ran cold. 2 months ago, the gala, the first key, it had activated something, and my encounter had intensified it. What kind of energy signature? Julian asked, his voice tight. It's unlike anything we've ever seen, Dr. Aris replied, a hint of awe in his voice. It's stable, contained, and incredibly powerful. It seems to be slowly expanding, resonating with the building's own structural frequencies, like it's integrating. Integrating, the word sent shivers down my spine. The architects, they weren't just observing, they were building, using our building as a component in their own unknown design. This changes everything, Ms. Albright said, her gaze fixed on the schematics. The keys are not just activators, they aerodefine. More than just activators, Ms. Albright concluded, her voice grave. They are in essence conduits, transmitters, perhaps even power sources for whatever is integrating into this building's core. Dr. Aris, can you give us a more precise read on this energy signature? Dr. Aris hunched over his console, adjusted a dial. It's like a harmonic frequency, Ms. Albright. Not destructive, not disruptive in the way a conventional energy weapon or power surge would be. It's symbiotic. It's resonating with the building's very materials, its steel, its concrete, its electrical grids. It's slowly, almost imperceptibly, rewriting its energetic blueprint. And it's centered, as Jess speculated, in the building's main support column deep within the central core, the very spine of the Aryan Tower. Julian's jaw was tight, rewriting its blueprint for what purpose? Ms. Albright turned her piercing gaze to me. Jess, you mentioned the Aryan Tower's name, its eagle logo symbolizing ambition, vision, ascendancy. What if this isn't about destruction, but about transformation? What if the architects are not targeting us for hostile takeover, but for elevation? The idea was almost more terrifying than outright invasion. To be unknowingly used, altered, elevated by an alien intelligence. Elevation into what? I whispered, my voice thick with dread. That is the million-dollar question, Ms. Albright said, a new intensity in her eyes. But the fact that they chose your building with its specific name and symbolism, and that they revealed themselves to you, suggests a narrative. A deliberate, perhaps even pedagogical sequence of events. She leaned over the table, tapping a finger on the schematics. Dr. Aris, I want continuous, full-spectrum monitoring of that energy signature. Every fluctuation, every harmonic. If it's truly integrating, it must be changing the physical properties of the materials it interacts with. We need to measure those changes. On it, Ms. Albright, Dr. Aris replied, already barking orders to his team. And Julian, she continued, we need to consider a containment strategy, not against an external threat, but against an internal, transformative one. If this energy signature breaches a critical threshold, what are the potential consequences? Julian looked grim. If it's truly rewriting the building's properties, a catastrophic structural failure is one possibility, or a complete system shutdown, or something entirely unpredictable. We don't have protocols for alien integration. Then we will create them, Ms. Albright stated, her voice unwavering. Jess, your role remains critical. You are our primary link to understanding their methods, their communication. You saw the craft, you felt its presence. You are keyed into their unique signature, however subtly. I want you to work directly with Dr. Eris's team. Observe, analyze, speculate. Your intuition may prove more valuable than our science. My intuition, the thought was daunting. I was an event manager, not a xenolinguist. But the cold dread, the persistent hum in the back of my mind, the feeling of being watched, it was all too real. Over the next few days, the Aryan Tower transformed into a clandestine research facility. Ms. Albright's team, cloaked as consultants and auditors, operated with surgical precision. The building's central core became a hive of activity, albeit a silent one. Advanced sensors were deployed, drilling microscopic holes into the concrete and steel, feeding constant data streams to the improvised command center. I worked closely with Dr. Eris, a man whose initial skepticism had given way to a profound, almost childlike wonder at the data flowing in. He found himself in the unprecedented position of studying an alien energy signature actively altering a terrestrial structure. The frequency is incredibly complex, Jess, Dr. Eris explained one evening, pointing to a holographic projection of the energy signature. It pulsed with a mesmerizing array of colors and patterns like a living mandala. It's not just a single wave, it's a cascade of interwoven frequencies, each influencing the next, and it's adapting. It's learning the building's own resonant frequencies and then subtly shifting them. Like tuning an instrument, I suggested, trying to grasp the abstract concepts. Exactly, he exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. But it's tuning the building, and the changes are minute, almost undetectable by conventional means. But our quantum sensors are picking up fluctuations in atomic bonds, changes in material density. The steel is becoming stronger, more flexible, the concrete more resilient. It's like the building is evolving. Evolving, the word hung in the air, charged with ominous possibility. And the keys, I asked, what role do they play in this evolution? The first key, we believe, initiated the primary energy pulse, Dr. Eris speculated, adjusting the projection. It was the seed. Your second encounter with the craft in the revealed key seems to have been a targeted amplification. It either deployed another key deeper into the core, or it acted as a relay, boosting the signal, forcing the integration process to accelerate. The implications were chilling. The architects weren't just observing or taking. They were building something inside our world, using our materials, evolving our structures. And my presence, my witnessing of the craft, had been an integral part of that acceleration. As the days turned into a week, the pressure mounted. Ms. Albright was relentless, pushing for predictive models for an understanding of the architect's ultimate goal. Julian, meanwhile, was obsessed with securing the Aryan Tower. He established new tiered lockdown protocols, trained his security teams in advanced counter-surveillance, and fortified every potential access point. But how do you secure a building from an entity that can materialize from thin air? One afternoon, a new incident occurred far from the Aryan Tower, but with undeniable links. A high-profile data center in Geneva, housing critical financial information, experienced a sudden, inexplicable outage. Total power loss followed by a complete data wipe across multiple servers. No signs of physical intrusion, no digital footprints, just a perfectly clean slate. Ms. Albright's contacts flagged it immediately. Another key, I asked, when she relayed the news to our command center. Possibly, she confirmed, her gaze distant. The pattern of disruption is consistent, surgical, precise, leaving no trace. But this time it wasn't a delivery or an integration, it was a wipe, a negation. Julian slammed his fist on the table. So they're not just building, they're destroying or erasing. What are they erasing, Albright? Data, she replied, her voice taut. Critical financial data, the backbone of our global economy. What if they are subtly dismantling our systems, preparing for something new? The thought sent a shiver down my spine. The architects weren't just upgrading a building. They were potentially restructuring human civilization, one invisible, precise act at a time. This incident, however, provided a crucial clue. A low-level security technician in Geneva, reviewing anomalous energy readings just before the blackout, reported a fleeting, almost imperceptible shimmer near a ceiling access panel. He dismissed it as a glitch until Ms. Albright's team contacted him. He had seen the architect's cloaking field. "We have a new signature," Dr. Eris announced, his voice tight with excitement. The Geneva incident yielded a faint electromagnetic echo, a resonance frequency. It's distinct, a new layer to their energy signature. And we're detecting a very, very weak trace of it here in the Aryan Tower. It's emanating from the main data servers on the 30th floor. My blood ran cold. The 30th floor. That's where the Aryan Tower housed its own critical data, its blueprints, its financial records, its corporate secrets. My office was on the 28th. "They're in our servers," Julian hissed, jumping to his feet. "They're inside our network. Jess, is your office on a secure network?" "No," I replied, my mind racing. "My office handles general corporate communications, event planning, but the building's main operational servers are on the 30th in the main server farm, highly secured." "Not secured enough," Ms. Albright observed grimly. They used the Geneva incident as a test run, or perhaps a distraction. They've been here all along, infiltrating our data systems just as they infiltrated our physical structure. The key deployed 2 months ago might have been a physical activator for the building's transformation, but it may also have been a beacon, a gateway for a digital infiltration. The insidious nature of their attack was breathtaking. Simultaneously physical and digital, architectural and informational. They were mapping our world inside and out. Julian immediately mobilized. Lock down the 30th floor, disconnect all external network connections, isolate the server farm. We need to identify the point of entry, purge their presence. It won't be that simple, Julian, Ms. Albright cautioned. If they're cloaked physically, they'll be cloaked digitally. Their methods are designed to leave no trace, but we need to try. I found myself back in my office, frantically reviewing old network logs, trying to find anything unusual from 2 months ago. Any anomalous login attempts, any unusual data transfers. The pressure was immense. My small, once orderly world was crumbling. As I scrolled through endless lines of code, a thought struck me. What if the architects weren't just infiltrating our network? What if they were communicating through it, the same way they communicated through symbols like the eagle? I remembered Mark. He'd been coerced, manipulated. Had they implanted something in his mind, something digital perhaps, that allowed them access? The details of his relocation were vague, classified. Had he been compromised more deeply than we knew? Then a new alert flashed on Ms. Albright's secure tablet. A high-priority message from Interpol, another incident. This time, a major research facility in Kyoto, specializing in quantum computing, reported a bizarre occurrence. An entire wing of the facility had temporarily vanished, not just cloaked, but disappeared from all sensors, satellite imagery, even human sight for precisely 17 seconds. Then it reappeared, perfectly intact, but all its quantum research data erased. Temporal displacement, Dr. Aris breathed, his voice filled with a mix of terror and exhilaration when he heard the report. Not just cloaking, they're manipulating spacetime itself. The keys aren't just conduits or power sources, they're anchors, anchoring these temporal shifts. And the Aryan Tower, with its evolving structure, might be integral to this process. The sheer scope of the architect's capabilities was staggering. From localized cloaking to temporal manipulation, from subtle building integration to surgical data wipes, they were redefining what was possible. Ms. Albright's team, initially focused on internal security, now had to grapple with the implications of temporal shifts. How do you defend against something that can literally vanish a part of your building or your people? The architect incidents are escalating, Ms. Albright announced, her voice steely yet tinged with a new urgency. They are no longer content with subtle infiltration. They are testing their limits, pushing boundaries, and the timing of these escalations correlates with the intensification of the energy signature here in the Aryan Tower. So our building is their nexus, Julian concluded, his face grim. A hub for their operations, a staging ground for whatever they're planning globally. Precisely, Ms. Albright confirmed, and the energy signature in our core is nearing a critical threshold. We estimate another 48 hours before it reaches a point of unknown transformation. We need to find out what they are building towards, and we need to prepare for its completion. My mind kept returning to the moment the craft showed itself to me, the pulsating blue light inside illuminating the rectangular key. The feeling of being observed, of a deliberate act. It wanted me to see it. What if it wasn't just a message? What if it was a download, a transfer of information directly to me? The idea seemed ludicrous, but the tingling I'd felt, the strange clarity in my mind since that night, the sudden ease with which I was grasping these complex concepts. I walked over to the holographic projection of the energy signature. Its colors pulsed, its patterns shifted. It looked like an intricate code. Dr. Aris, I asked, can you isolate the most dominant frequency in this signature, the one that seems to be driving the integration? He nodded, tapping on his console. The holographic projection sharpened, isolating a singular, bright blue line within the complex pattern. This one, we've been calling it the prime resonant frequency. It's the core of the architect's signature. It's what's resonating with the building. I stared at it, a strange sense of recognition washing over me. It was like a melody I almost knew. Can you play it? Dr. Aris looked at me, puzzled. Play it, Jess. It's an energy frequency, not an audio file. Translate it, I clarified, into an audible range, something our ears can perceive. I have a feeling. He hesitated for a moment, then shrugged. It's unorthodox, but all right. We can try a sonification algorithm. It won't be an exact representation, but it might give us an auditory approximation. He worked at his console for a few minutes, then nodded. All right, here we go. It's going to be a simple, pure tone based on its wavelength. He pressed a button, a low, clear hum filled the command center. It was a single, sustained note, deep and resonant. And the moment it reached my ears, a jolt went through me. It was the same hum I'd heard on the rooftop. The same thrum that had vibrated through the air, that had intensified just before the circular hatch opened. My eyes widened. That's it, I whispered, my voice trembling. That's the hum, the one I heard on the rooftop from the craft. It's their signature, their sound. Dr. Aris stared at me, astonished. Julian and Ms. Albright exchanged a look of profound surprise. You recognized it, Ms. Albright said, a new glint in her eyes. Jess, that's extraordinary. It confirms your unique connection. What else does it tell you? I closed my eyes, letting the hum wash over me. It wasn't just a sound, it was a feeling, a frequency that seemed to resonate deep within my own bones. And as I listened, patterns began to emerge in my mind. Not just random thoughts, but structured ideas, fragments of data like pieces of a puzzle. It's like a language, I murmured, my eyes still closed. Not spoken words, but a language of energy, of vibration. It's conveying information. Information, Dr. Aris leaned forward, fascinated. What kind of information? I don't know, not in words, I struggled to explain. But it feels like a blueprint, a purpose. It's telling the building what to become, what to do. Ms. Albright's voice was sharp. Can you discern any specific directives, Jess, any intent? I concentrated, letting the hum fill my consciousness. The patterns in my mind intensified. Images flashed, intricate circuitry, glowing conduits, crystalline structures forming within the steel and concrete, and a sense of alignment, of activation. They're building a network, I finally said, opening my eyes. The Aryan Tower isn't just a hub, it's a node, one of many. The keys are connecting them, and the data wipes, the temporal shifts, they're clearing the slate, preparing for the network's full activation. Julian looked horrified. A global network, what for? What would such a network control? I don't know, I admitted, a profound sense of fatigue washing over me. But the feeling I get, it's immense. It's like they're preparing for a massive transition, something that will affect everything. Ms. Albright immediately redirected Dr. Aris. Can you identify other buildings, other structures around the globe that might be resonating with this prime resonant frequency? Any unexplainable energy signatures, any subtle structural anomalies that match our data? Dr. Aris nodded vigorously. It's a needle in a haystack, but with the exact frequency, it's not impossible. We can cross-reference with global seismic and energy monitoring networks. Look for anything that matches this signature. While Dr. Aris's team began the monumental task of scanning the planet for matching frequencies, Ms. Albright turned her attention back to me. Jess, your ability to perceive and interpret this energy is invaluable. We need to amplify it, understand it more deeply. Dr. Aris, can we design an interface that can help Jess consciously interact with these frequencies, perhaps translate them into more tangible data? Dr. Aris, ever the innovator, already had ideas. He began sketching on a whiteboard, outlining a brain-computer interface, a system to translate subtle neural responses into digital data. It sounded like science fiction, but after witnessing alien craft and integrating buildings, I was ready to believe anything. The next 24 hours were a race against time. Dr. Aris's team worked tirelessly to develop a rudimentary interface. It was a simple, non-invasive headband, equipped with advanced neurosensors and a direct audio feed for the sonified architect's hum. My task was to wear it, listen, and try to consciously focus on the patterns and information I was receiving. The initial attempts were disorienting. The hum, when filtered and amplified, was overwhelming. My mind struggled to differentiate between coherent information and random noise. But with Dr. Aris's guidance and Ms. Albright's unwavering belief, I persisted. Focus on the intent, Jess, Ms. Albright coached. Not just the signal. What is the architect's intention? What is the network designed to achieve? I closed my eyes, the hum filling my head. The raw data streaming from the interface flashed on a nearby screen. It was gibberish to Dr. Aris, but to me, patterns began to form. Geometric shapes, flowcharts, complex algorithms. Then a breakthrough. I saw an image, clear as day in my mind's eye. A vast, intricate web of light spanning the entire globe. Each node was a building, a structure, resonating with the architect's prime frequency. And at the center of this web, shimmering with blinding intensity, was the Aryan Tower. It's a global grid, I gasped, clutching my head, the intensity of the vision almost overwhelming. The Aryan Tower is the primary nexus, the central hub. The other structures are just secondary nodes. Dr. Aris's screen, responding to my neural activity, flickered with corresponding geometric patterns. She's right, he breathed, his fingers flying over the keyboard. My global scan just pinged, multiple energy signatures, faint but undeniable, matching the prime resonant frequency. In Tokyo, London, Sydney, Berlin, almost all major economic or scientific centers. And some in unexpected locations, ancient sites, isolated research stations. Ancient sites, Ms. Albright questioned, her brows furrowed. Why there? Perhaps they've been planning this for millennia, Julian suggested, his voice grim. Laying the groundwork, slowly integrating their technology into our most significant structures, both modern and historical. My vision deepened. The web of light wasn't just connecting buildings, it was pulsing. And within each pulse, I sensed a transfer of something, not data, not energy in the conventional sense, but consciousness or something akin to it. It's a consciousness network, I whispered, the words tumbling out of me. They're not just integrating structures, they're integrating minds or manipulating them. It's like a collective consciousness broadcast through these nodes. The room fell silent, the only sound the persistent hum from the interface and the frantic beeps of Dr. Eris's console as new global pings came in. A consciousness network, Ms. Albright repeated, her voice barely audible. And if the Aryan Tower is the primary nexus, what does that mean for us? My vision shifted again. I saw the Aryan Tower not as a building, but as a giant antenna reaching into the sky. And from its peak, a beam of pure, focused energy, not visible light, but a form of directed thought, ascended into the cosmos. It's a beacon, I choked out, tears stinging my eyes. It's calling something or someone, they're trying to bring something here or open a gate. Julian's face went white. A gate to where? Before I could respond, the hum intensified dramatically. The screen displaying the energy signature flared, its colors shifting wildly. Dr. Eris's consoles blared with alarms. The prime resonant frequency is spiking, Dr. Eris yelled, frantically typing. It's amplifying exponentially, the integration is accelerating far beyond our projections, the core is overheating. The room began to rumble, faint tremors ran through the floor, overhead the lights flickered, dust rained down from the ceiling. The building is activating, Julian shouted, his hand instinctively going to his sidearm. Albright, we need to evacuate now. Ms. Albright, however, was staring at the holographic projection, her eyes wide with a mixture of terror and fascination. No, not an evacuation, not yet. Jess, what do you see? What is happening? I clutched my head, the hum now a deafening roar in my mind. The images were overwhelming. The global grid pulsed violently. Buildings around the world flared with the architect's energy. And from the Aryan Tower, the colossal beam of consciousness surged, piercing through the Earth's atmosphere, reaching into the void. And then I saw what it was reaching for. A colossal, impossibly vast structure, shimmering with the same liquid-light properties as the craft I had seen. It was not a ship, not a planet, it was a construction. A megastructure, ancient and alien, lurking beyond the orbit of Neptune, veiled by advanced cloaking fields that had previously rendered it undetectable. It was slowly, majestically turning. Its immense, intricate surfaces, like a cosmic clockwork, were beginning to align. And as it aligned, I felt a deep, profound pull. A force, not physical but existential, tugging at my very being. A sense of immense alien presence awakening. It's a construct, I cried out, my voice raw with terror. A colossal alien construct. It's been out there watching, waiting, and the Aryan Tower is calling it. It's a homing beacon. The tremors grew violent. The lights in the command center exploded, plunging us into emergency lighting. Alarms shrieked throughout the building. Julian was shouting into his radio, ordering an immediate lockdown, attempting to contain the chaos. Dr. Eris, can you sever the connection? Ms. Albright demanded, her voice cutting through the din. Can we disrupt the prime resonant frequency? Anything to stop the beacon. Dr. Eris was frantically trying to input commands, but his screens were flickering, overwhelmed by the architect's energy. It's too deep, Ms. Albright. It's integrated with the entire building's structure. It's part of its very being now. Severing it might cause a catastrophic implosion. Suddenly, the hum in my head, the overwhelming surge of information, ceased. A profound, terrifying silence descended upon my mind. The headache vanished, replaced by an eerie calm. But the building itself was still shaking. I looked at Ms. Albright, my eyes wide. It stopped, I whispered, the hum in my head, the connection, it's gone. Ms. Albright looked at me, her face pale in the emergency light. Gone, what does that mean? It means the signal has been sent, Julian interjected, his voice grim as he watched the flickering monitors. The beacon has served its purpose. Whatever they were calling it knows where we are now, and it's coming. Dr. Eris, his face ashen, stared at a single, stable reading on his main console. The prime resonant frequency, it's stabilized, at its peak. The integration is complete. The building is fully activated. He gestured to a new projection. A single, enormous point of light far out in the solar system now burned brightly. It was the alien construct I had seen in my vision, and it was no longer merely aligning, it was moving. Trajectory analysis, Dr. Eris stammered, his voice filled with dread. Direct course, Earth, estimated arrival 72 hours. A wave of despair washed over us. 72 hours, 3 days, the world didn't even know what was coming. Julian turned to Ms. Albright, his face a mask of cold fury. Albright, this is beyond anything. We need to alert the global powers. We need to prepare for defense. Ms. Albright nodded slowly, her gaze fixed on the image of the approaching construct. Yes, but we also need to understand its purpose. Why here, why the Aryan Tower, and why Jess? She looked at me again, her eyes piercing. Jess, the connection to the hum stopped, but did you gain anything else? Any final message? Any lingering information? I closed my eyes, searching the sudden emptiness in my mind. The overwhelming noise was gone, but something remained. A fragment, an echo. It was an image, a symbol, not the eagle of the Aryan Tower, but something similar. A stylized geometric form like a keyhole, but with intricate shifting internal patterns. And as I focused on it, a single word, not in any human language, but conveyed as a pure concept, echoed in my consciousness. Unification. Unification, I said aloud, my voice flat. That's what they want. They're coming for unification. Unification of what? Julian demanded. Of humanity under their control. I don't know, I replied, shaking my head. But the symbol, it's like a keyhole, and the key itself. I think they're opening something, and the Aryan Tower is the key to that gate. Ms. Albright's eyes narrowed. If they are coming for unification, then this construct, it might not be a weapon, it might be a vessel or a conduit for the unification itself, a means to an end. The next few hours were a maelstrom of activity. Ms. Albright immediately initiated contact with her global network of intelligence agencies. The information about the approaching alien construct, initially met with skepticism and outright disbelief, slowly gained traction as Dr. Aris's undeniable scientific data was presented. Satellite imagery from deep space telescopes, scrambled and encrypted, began to confirm the construct's existence and trajectory. Panic, however, was contained. Ms. Albright insisted on a compartmentalized approach, only disclosing information to a select few world leaders and military strategists, fearing widespread panic would hinder any chance of a coherent response. Julian worked with his team to establish new hardened command centers, preparing the Aryan Tower for what might be an alien arrival or an alien battleground. Every available resource was mobilized. Civilian evacuation protocols for the surrounding districts were secretly prepared, disguised as routine disaster drills. I meanwhile found myself at the center of a new kind of team. Ms. Albright, Julian, and Dr. Aris began to consider my experience, my neural connection to the architect's frequency, as our most potent weapon or our only hope for understanding. "We need to reactivate your connection, Jess," Ms. Albright stated, her voice firm. "If you can still perceive their intent even after the beacon has been sent, you might be our only chance to understand what unification means, and how to either stop it or, God forbid, prepare for it." Dr. Aris was hesitant. "Ms. Albright, we don't understand the full implications of her neural interface with the architect's frequencies. It could be dangerous. It could expose her to unknown influences." "We're beyond dangerous, Dr. Aris," Ms. Albright retorted. "We have an alien megastructure heading directly for Earth, summoned by an alien integrated building. Jess is our best chance. Jess, are you willing to try?" I looked at the image of the approaching construct on the screen. The silent, terrifying behemoth. I thought of the word unification. A cold dread, but also a strange, compelling curiosity urged me forward. "Yes," I said, my voice steady despite the tremor in my hands. "I'll try." Dr. Aris quickly recalibrated the neural interface. I put on the headband again, the cool metal pressing against my temples. The command center, usually buzzing with activity, became quiet. All eyes were on me. He activated the sonified hum, but this time it was different. The deafening roar was gone. The raw, overwhelming torrent of information was absent. What remained was a faint, distant echo, like a memory of a sound. "It's very weak, Jess," Dr. Aris reported. "The prime resonant frequency is now integrated, not broadcasting outwards in the same way. It's localized to the building's core. You're picking up residual energy." I closed my eyes, focusing on the faint hum. It was like trying to hear a whisper in a hurricane. But as I concentrated, the symbol of the keyhole, with its shifting internal patterns, re-emerged in my mind. And the concept of unification resonated with new clarity. It wasn't about subjugation, it wasn't about destruction, it was about connection, emerging and integration on a cosmic scale. And the Aryan Tower, this very building, was not just a beacon, it was a receiver. "They're not just calling it," I breathed, opening my eyes. "The Aryan Tower is meant to receive it, to merge with it, to become part of it." Julian swore under his breath. "Merge with a cosmic construct, what the hell does that even mean?" "It means," Ms. Albright said, her voice filled with dawning horror, "that the Aryan Tower is the final piece of their global network. And when this construct arrives, it will initiate the ultimate phase of the architect's plan. The unification, whatever that may entail." Dr. Aris's global scan results flashed on the screen. The faint energy signatures from major cities and ancient sites were now resonating in unison. A synchronized, rhythmic pulse emanating from the Earth itself. The architect's network was fully active, and it was waiting. "They've been building this for a long time," I whispered, a profound realization settling upon me. "Millennia, slowly preparing, integrating, and now it's time." The silence in the command center was heavy, pregnant with unspoken fears. 72 hours, the clock was ticking. Ms. Albright composed herself, her resolve hardening. "All right then, if the Aryan Tower is the key to their unification, then we need to understand its function. What exactly will happen when that construct arrives and merges with this building? What is the final purpose of this network? I focused on the symbol again, the keyhole, and as I did, another fragment of information, cold and stark, pierced through my mind. The Aryan Tower was designed to be a bridge, a conduit for entities, for consciousness to transfer from one dimension to another. The construct was not just a vessel, it was a gateway, and the unification, it was the merging of two realities. My eyes snapped open. It's a dimensional gate, I whispered, the words chilling me to the bone. The Aryan Tower is a portal, they're opening a doorway between our world and theirs. Julian staggered back, knocking over a chair. A portal to another dimension, are you serious? Ms. Albright's face, however, was grimly resolute. A dimensional gate, it fits the temporal displacement in Kyoto, the cloaking, the material manipulation. If they can bend space-time, they can open gateways. She looked at me, her gaze unwavering. And the architects, Jess, are they coming through this gate, or are they sending something else? I closed my eyes, searching for more, desperate for clarity. The hum, distant as it was, now seemed to carry a faint echo of another presence. Not the architects, something else. Something ancient, vast, and utterly indifferent. The image of the keyhole shifted, its intricate patterns swirling like a galaxy collapsing into itself. And through it I glimpsed a form, not a biological entity, not a machine, but a pure swirling energy, a vortex of consciousness. They're not coming through, I whispered, my voice barely audible. They're opening the gate for something else, something ancient, something that was always there waiting, and the unification is its awakening. A profound sense of dread, colder than any I had felt before, washed over me. This wasn't just about alien contact. This was about unlocking something primal, something that had been sealed away. Ms. Albright. Ms. Albright's gaze hardened, reflecting the emergency lights. Something ancient, something that was always there waiting. Jess, can you describe it? Is it hostile? I shook my head, the image still burning in my mind. Not hostile, not exactly. It feels beyond such concepts, like a force of nature or a slumbering titan now stirring. The architects are not its masters, they are its architects, preparing the way for its return. The unification is its awakening, its re-entry into our reality. Julian slammed his fist on the table, the sound muffled by the still trembling building. This is madness. We're talking about summoning a primal force through a skyscraper. What defense can we possibly mount against that? Perhaps none in the conventional sense, Ms. Albright admitted, her voice calm despite the rising tension. But understanding is our first weapon. If this entity is not inherently hostile, if its nature is simply to be, then perhaps its awakening can be managed, or perhaps deterred. Jess, you said the Aryan Tower is the key to the gate. Is there a way to unmake the key to disable the portal? I closed my eyes, trying to reconnect with the faint hum to the residual information. The keyhole symbol pulsed in my mind, but it was now irrevocably linked to the Aryan Tower's structure. It's not just a key, Ms. Albright, I explained, the words feeling heavy on my tongue. The building is the key. Its transformed core, its integrated frequencies, they've made it into a living component of the gate itself. Disrupting it now would be like trying to take apart a loaded gun while it's firing. Dr. Eris said it could cause a catastrophic implosion. Dr. Eris nodded grimly. She's correct. The prime resonant frequency is now intertwined with every atom of the building's core. Any attempt to forcefully sever it would destabilize the entire structure. It's too late for that kind of intervention. A suffocating silence descended once more. The reality of our situation, the irreversible nature of the architect's work, weighed heavily. We had been unwitting pawns in a cosmic game, and now the endgame was upon us. So we have 72 hours until this construct arrives, Julian stated, his voice tight with controlled fury. And when it merges with the Aryan Tower, it opens a dimensional gate for an unknown, ancient entity. What then? Does the planet get consumed? Does reality unravel? Ms. Albright walked over to the holographic projection of the approaching construct, her back to us. We don't know, but we cannot surrender to the unknown. We must prepare for every contingency. Dr. Eris, I need you to focus all available resources on predicting the immediate effects of the construct's arrival and merger. What will be the energy output, the spatial distortion, the material stress on the Aryan Tower and the surrounding environment? What are the potential cascade effects? On it, Ms. Albright, Dr. Eris replied, his voice firm, already turning back to his console, his fear momentarily overridden by scientific purpose. Julian, your priority is global defense coordination, Ms. Albright continued, turning to him. Work with the Pentagon, NATO, any and all military forces. We need a unified perimeter around the Aryan Tower, prepared for any eventuality. And we need to monitor the construct's trajectory and composition with every deep space asset available. We need to know if it's armed, if it carries any conventional threats. Julian nodded, his jaw set. Consider it done, but if this thing can manipulate space-time, what good are our conventional weapons? A valid question, Ms. Albright conceded, but we cannot afford to do nothing. It buys us time, and it might deter any secondary, more tangible threats. And it sends a message: we will not go quietly into this unification. She then turned to me, her eyes holding a renewed intensity. Jess, you are still our most vital asset. Your neural connection, however faint, is our only direct line to their intentions. We need to push the limits of that connection. We need to understand the architect's ultimate goal for this unification. Is it a benevolent awakening, a forced evolution, or something far more sinister? The thought of delving deeper into the architect's consciousness was terrifying. The sheer scale of their intelligence, their indifference, had already rattled me to my core. But the alternative, remaining ignorant, waiting for an unknown fate, was even worse. "What do you need me to do?" I asked, my voice steady. "Dr. Eris will refine the neural interface," Ms. Albright replied. "We need to amplify your reception, filter out the noise, and try to make sense of the residual patterns. We need to actively search for information, not just wait for it to be transmitted. Think of it as psychic archaeology. We are digging through the echoes of their grand design, searching for the complete blueprint." Over the next few hours, the command center transformed into a high-stakes research lab centered around my mind. Dr. Eris and his team worked frantically, adjusting parameters on the neural interface, creating new algorithms to process the subtle shifts in my brain activity when exposed to the faint architect's hum. They hooked me up to additional sensors, monitoring every physiological response, every neural pathway. I sat in a specialized chair, the improved headband now a complex network of electrodes and optical sensors, listening to the almost imperceptible hum that was the architect's residual signature. It was like trying to catch a ghost, a whisper from another realm. But with each passing minute, with Dr. Eris's tweaks and Ms. Albright's unwavering encouragement, I felt a subtle shift. The whisper grew a little clearer, the patterns a little more defined. "Focus on the keyhole symbol, Jess," Ms. Albright instructed, her voice calm and even. "And on the concept of unification, what does it unlock? What does it unite?" I closed my eyes, letting the faint hum permeate my consciousness. The keyhole symbol shimmered, its intricate patterns swirling. This time, instead of just the word unification, I perceived a deeper concept. It was not just a merging of realities, but a merging of dimensions, and not just too many. "It's not just our dimension," I breathed, the words coming with difficulty. "The gate, it's opening to multiple dimensions, it's connecting them. The Aryan Tower is a nexus for multiversal convergence." Dr. Eris, monitoring my neural activity, looked up from his screen, his eyes wide. "Multiversal convergence, that's theoretical physics on a scale we can barely comprehend." "But it fits the temporal displacement, the material manipulation," Ms. Albright mused. "If they can access other dimensions, they can pull matter, energy, even time from them. The architects are not just building a gateway, they are building a bridge across realities." I continued to focus. The hum grew slightly stronger, coalescing into more complex patterns. The keyhole symbol transformed, no longer a flat image, but a three-dimensional construct, a vortex of intersecting pathways. And through these pathways, I sensed a myriad of presences, not just the ancient entity, but others. Different, distinct, yet all moving towards the Aryan Tower. "There are others," I whispered, a chill running through me. "Other entities, other consciousnesses, they're all being drawn to this nexus. They're coming through the gate. The unification is a gathering." Julian, who had been coordinating with military leaders from a secure comms station nearby, overheard me and rushed back. "A gathering of what? Other hostile aliens." "Not all hostile," I clarified, my mind still immersed in the vision. "Some feel curious, some are simply observers, others feel ancient like the first one. They have been waiting for this alignment, for the gate to open." Ms. Albright paced, her mind clearly racing. "So the architects are not summoning a single entity but initiating a multiversal event. They are opening the floodgates, but for what ultimate purpose? What do they gain from this convergence?" I pressed my hands against my temples, the strain immense. The hum was trying to convey more, but it was like trying to drink from a fire hose. My human mind struggled to process the sheer volume and alien nature of the information. Then a new layer. Beyond the swirling vortex of consciousnesses, beyond the dimensional pathways, I sensed the architects themselves, not as physical beings, but as a collective intelligence. They were not within the vortex, they were observing it, like engineers watching their grand machine operate. And within their observation, I gleaned their purpose. "They are not part of it," I said, opening my eyes, my voice hoarse. "The architects are outside, they are not coming through, they are facilitators, they built the mechanism. And the unification, it's an experiment, a grand, cosmic experiment." "An experiment," Ms. Albright repeated, her eyes narrowed. "On whom? On us, on these other entities?" "On reality itself," I replied, the words echoing with a profound, terrifying truth. "They are observing the interaction of different dimensions, different forms of consciousness. They are studying the emergence of new forms of existence. The Aryan Tower is their laboratory, our world is their petri dish." Julian stared at me aghast. "So we're just guinea pigs, our entire planet, our existence, is just a scientific curiosity for them." "It feels impartial," I said, trying to convey the alien detachment. "Not malicious, just intensely analytical. They are seeking knowledge. And this unification, this convergence of realities, is a key stage in their pursuit of that knowledge." Dr. Aris, his scientific mind grappling with the implications, spoke up. If they are merely observers, then their technology, their interventions, they are simply tools to set up the experiment. The keys, the building's transformation, the global network, all designed to create the optimal conditions for this multiversal convergence. And what happens when the experiment concludes? Ms. Albright asked, her voice low and dangerous. Do they simply pack up their lab and leave, or does our reality become irrevocably altered or even destroyed in the process? I closed my eyes again, pushing past the pain, past the fear, trying to find an answer. The hum, though faint, seemed to carry a new urgent undertone. The symbol of the keyhole shifted, revealing another layer, a faint, almost imperceptible symbol within its core. It was not geometric like the architect's symbol. It was organic, like a single luminous seed waiting to sprout. The unification, it's not just about observation, I murmured, a new realization dawning. It's about creation. They are seeding something, planting something new into our reality, a new form of existence born from the convergence. Ms. Albright exchanged a look with Julian. Seeding, what kind of seed? Biological, energetic, informational? It feels fundamental, I said, struggling for the right words. Like the very fabric of reality itself is being rewoven. This seed, it will grow, it will expand, it will integrate, and it will change everything. Not just our world, but all the worlds that connect through this gate. The revelation was chilling. The architects weren't just opening a door, they were creating a new ecosystem, a new cosmic garden with the Aryan Tower as its initial point of growth. And we, along with other dimensional entities, were the fertilizer, the soil, the raw material for this grand, impartial act of creation. So the approaching construct, Julian said, connecting the dots. It's not just a vessel, it's the incubator, the primary delivery mechanism for this seed, and the Aryan Tower is the landing pad, the germination point. Precisely, Ms. Albright confirmed, her gaze distant, already strategizing. Which means our defense strategy needs to shift. We are not just defending against an alien invasion. We are attempting to halt or at least control a multiversal evolutionary event. And if the architects are truly just observers, then perhaps they can be reasoned with, or perhaps they can be bypassed. The idea of bypassing an intelligence that could manipulate space-time and build interdimensional gates seemed ludicrous. But Ms. Albright's resolve was infectious. Jess, can you discern any vulnerabilities in their system? She asked, her voice sharp and focused. Any way to disrupt the seed or its integration, any way to close the gate once it's opened or to prevent it from fully opening. I focused again, delving into the faint hum, straining to perceive any flaw in the architect's meticulously designed experiment. The keyhole symbol, the vortex of dimensions, the luminous seed at its core, it was all interconnected, a perfect, self-sustaining system. But then a flicker, a memory within the hum, not of the architect's design, but of the very first incident, the ice sculpture, the eagle, the distraction. The symbols, I whispered, the human symbols they used, the Aryan Tower, the eagle, they understand our cultural language. They understand meaning. What if that's a vulnerability? Ms. Albright leaned in. Elaborate, Jess, how could our symbols be a vulnerability? If they are strictly logical, empirical, detached observers, I hypothesized, a strange clarity emerging from the hum, then perhaps they use our symbols as a means to an end, a control mechanism. But perhaps they don't truly understand the deeper meaning, the emotional resonance, the human element. Dr. Aris considered this. A fascinating hypothesis. If their understanding of human culture is purely analytical based on observed patterns, then they might miss the nuances, the abstract, illogical elements of our consciousness. And what if the seed requires not just the physical gateway, but also a specific kind of consciousness to fully germinate? I continued, the hum now guiding my thoughts with an almost uncanny precision. What if it needs a specific emotional or intellectual resonance from us to activate fully? What if the architects in their detachment have overlooked the crucial human variable? Ms. Albright's eyes lit up. A brilliant insight, Jess. If the unification is about a convergence of consciousnesses, and if we are a part of that, then our consciousness might be the final trigger or the ultimate deterrent. What if the architect's experiment requires human cooperation or at least human acceptance to truly succeed? And if we refuse, Julian asked, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. If we refuse to resonate, to align, to provide the final piece of their puzzle, then perhaps the seed cannot fully germinate, I speculated, the hum now fading, leaving me with a profound sense of exhaustion but also a new, urgent purpose. Perhaps the unification fails, or at least can be altered. Ms. Albright nodded, her mind already spinning. Then our strategy shifts again. We prepare for defense, yes, but our primary objective becomes active resistance at the point of germination. We identify the specific consciousness or emotional state the seed requires, and we refuse to provide it. We flood the system with an opposing resonance. We inject an element of chaos, of human unpredictability, into their perfectly ordered experiment. But how do we know what kind of consciousness it needs? Julian pressed. And how do we refuse to resonate on a multiversal scale? That, Jess, is where you come in, Ms. Albright said, her gaze firm. You are the only one who can perceive their intent. You are the only one who can intuit the specific frequency, the specific consciousness the seed needs. We need you to identify it, and then we need to find a way to counter it, to disrupt it. To make the Aryan Tower our tower, a symbol of defiance, not of passive integration. The clock on the wall displayed 68 hours until arrival. The pressure was immense. My mind, still buzzing with echoes of alien intent, now had a new daunting task. I had to become the architect's translator, their saboteur, and humanity's last hope. The next 2 days blurred into an intense crucible of preparation and focused analysis. Dr. Aris worked tirelessly on enhancing the neural interface, creating a sophisticated system that could not only detect my neural responses to the architect's frequencies, but also translate them into a more understandable format. He created a visualizer that displayed my perceived information as complex, shifting geometric patterns, allowing me to interact with the hum more consciously. Julian, meanwhile, was a whirlwind of activity, coordinating with global defense agencies. The Aryan Tower was now surrounded by a heavily armed perimeter, disguised as a secure corporate zone but ready for war. Airspace was restricted. Naval fleets were on high alert in the oceans. Strategic defense systems around the globe were activated, even if their effectiveness against a space-time-bending construct was questionable. The news of a deep space anomaly was being carefully leaked to the public, preparing them for something, though no one dared to mention the true nature of the threat. Ms. Albright, the strategic mastermind, oversaw everything. She pushed for constant updates, refined battle plans, and maintained a tight lid on the true nature of the architects and the unification. Her focus, however, remained on my ability to provide insights. I spent hours in the chair, the enhanced neural interface feeding the architect's faint hum directly into my consciousness. The visualizer on Dr. Aris's screen shifted and pulsed, reflecting the patterns I was perceiving. It was like learning a new language, an alien ballet of information. "It's about harmony," I reported one session, my voice strained. "The seed requires a state of profound, universal harmony, an absence of conflict, of individual will, a complete surrender to the collective." Dr. Aris frowned. "A complete absence of individual will, that sounds like mental subjugation." "Or ultimate peace, depending on your perspective," Ms. Albright countered, her gaze distant. "The architects, as detached observers, might see conflict and individuality as inefficient, chaotic. Their unification could be a forced evolution towards a higher, more ordered state of collective consciousness." "So we need to introduce dissonance," Julian said, grasping the concept. "We need to be the exact opposite of what the seed requires. We need to express individuality, conflict, chaos." "But in a controlled manner," Ms. Albright cautioned. "We don't want to unleash actual chaos or trigger a destructive response. We need to create a specific, targeted frequency of human defiance, a counter-resonance that can disrupt the seed's germination without destroying the building or us." My mind kept returning to Mark, to the ice sculpture, to the eagle. The architects used our symbols. They understood our human language, our corporate branding. What if that understanding was superficial? What if the true strength of humanity lay in something they couldn't quantify or predict? "The eagle," I murmured, a new thought sparking. "The Aryan Tower's symbol, ambition, vision, ascendancy, but also freedom, individuality. What if we used that?" Ms. Albright's eyes lit up. "Go on, Jess." "The architects chose this building because of its name, its symbolism of reaching high, of flight, of collective purpose in a corporate sense. But the eagle also symbolizes fierce independence, a solitary hunter soaring above the mundane, unbound. What if we amplify that aspect, the untamed, individual spirit of humanity?" Dr. Aris began typing furiously. "We could try to generate a counter-frequency based on complex, unpredictable neural patterns, patterns associated with creativity, individuality, dissent, a human noise that is antithetical to their required harmony." "But how do we project that from the Aryan Tower?" Julian asked. "Do we just scream really loud?" "Not scream, Julian," Ms. Albright replied, a plan already forming in her mind. "We broadcast. We use the Aryan Tower itself. It's a nexus, a massive antenna. If the architects have integrated it into their network, then we can use that integration against them." "We'll need a massive power source," Dr. Aris interjected, "and a way to modulate the entire building's integrated frequency, to override its architects' programming with our own, a human override." "And a human driver," Ms. Albright said, looking directly at me. "Jess, you are the only one who can perceive and understand the architect's frequency. You are the only one who can intuit the precise counter-frequency needed. You will have to be the conductor of this symphony of defiance." The weight of her words settled heavily on me. I was to be the architect of humanity's counterstrike. My intuition, my connection to the alien hum, was now the weapon. We had less than 24 hours. The plan was audacious, bordering on insane. Dr. Aris and his team, with Julian's security teams clearing the way and providing vital engineering schematics, began to modify the Aryan Tower's central energy distribution system. They aim to channel all of the building's immense power, including its emergency generators and even the residual architect's energy, into a massive, focused broadcast from the main spire. My role was to be at the heart of it. Dr. Eris designed a more robust, full-body neural interface, a sleek suit integrated with biofeedback systems that would allow me to directly interface with the building's rerouted power grid. My consciousness, guided by the neural interface, would become the modulator, shaping the raw energy into the specific, disruptive frequency of human individuality. "It's incredibly dangerous, Jess," Dr. Eris warned as I stood before the suit. "You will be directly exposed to immense energies, both human and alien. Your neural pathways will be pushed to their absolute limit. There's no guarantee your mind or your body can withstand the feedback." I looked at the suit, then at Ms. Albright and Julian. The approaching construct, now a visible speck in the deepest reaches of the night sky, loomed large in our minds. There was no other option. "I'm ready," I said, my voice firm. As I put on the suit, the cool, flexible material conforming to my body, a strange calm settled over me. Fear was still there, a cold knot in my stomach, but it was overshadowed by a sense of profound purpose. My ordinary life as an event manager had prepared me in a bizarre twist of fate for this extraordinary moment. I knew this building, its every hum, its every vibration. Now I would make it sing a new song. The command center, now a fortified bunker deep within the tower's lower levels, was a hive of controlled chaos. Ms. Albright was in constant communication with global defense leaders, preparing them for the possibility of a non-military, consciousness-based counteroffensive. Julian's teams were locking down the final sectors, ensuring no civilians were left, and preparing for any physical breach. I was escorted to a newly established control room on the highest accessible floor, just beneath the spire. The room was sparse, dominated by a massive central console that would serve as my direct link to the Aryan Tower. Dr. Eris stood beside it, constantly monitoring my vital signs and the energy readings from the building. The countdown reached its final hour. The approaching construct was now visible through the reinforced windows, a growing, crystalline behemoth, reflecting the distant sunlight like a cosmic diamond. It filled the sky with an impossible grandeur, terrifying and awe-inspiring in equal measure. "It's entering Earth's orbit," Dr. Eris reported, his voice tight. "Atmospheric entry is commencing. It's cloaking itself again, but our sensors are tracking it." I felt the building shudder, not from seismic activity, but from a profound energetic resonance. The architect's prime frequency pulsed through the very floor beneath my feet, now radiating from the core with immense power. The unification was almost here. I connected the suit to the central console. A surge of energy flowed through me, not painful but intensely invigorating. My senses sharpened. I could feel the building's steel beams, its concrete skin, its electrical currents, all integrated with the alien frequency. It was like becoming one with the tower itself. "Jess, can you hear the architect's hum?" Ms. Albright asked, her voice calm through my comms. I closed my eyes. The hum was no longer faint. It was a roar, a symphony of alien intent pouring into my mind. It pulsed with the required harmony, the absolute surrender to the collective. It was overwhelming, tempting, offering a profound, if terrifying, peace. "Yes," I replied, my voice slightly distorted by the comms. "I hear it, it's powerful, it wants surrender." "Then give it defiance," Ms. Albright commanded. "Give it humanity, concentrate on the eagle, on freedom, on the unpredictable, untamed spirit of individual will, channel it through the building." I focused. I thought of everything that made us human. Our passions, our flaws, our creativity, our stubbornness. I thought of Mark the Gala, the ice sculpture, the absurdity of it all. I thought of my own fear, my own determination. All the beautiful, messy chaos of being human. I imagined an eagle, not the corporate logo, but a living, breathing bird, soaring, utterly free, untouched by any network or collective. I channeled that image, that feeling, that raw, independent spirit through my mind, through the neural interface, into the building's core. A surge of energy coursed through me like lightning. The building groaned around me, not from stress, but from an internal struggle. The architect's hum, which had been a symphony of harmony, began to waver, to fray. On Dr. Eris's console, the holographic projection of the architect's prime frequency, which had been a smooth, mesmerizing wave, began to distort. Jagged, chaotic spikes appeared, disrupting its perfect flow. "It's working, Jess," Dr. Eris shouted, his voice filled with awe. "Her neural patterns are directly interfering with the prime resonant frequency. She's introducing a counter-frequency." The approaching construct, now hovering directly above the Aryan Tower, began to shimmer erratically. Its crystalline surfaces pulsed with internal light, its intricate mechanisms seeming to stutter, to struggle against an unseen force. "The construct is destabilizing," Julian's voice blared through the comms. "It's resisting the merge. Whatever Jess is doing, it's working." I gritted my teeth, pushing harder. The energy feedback was immense, threatening to overwhelm my mind. Images flashed through my consciousness, the architects observing from afar, their perfect analytical projections showing unexpected variables, anomalous data. They were confused. My human chaos was an anomaly they hadn't accounted for. I imagined a million eagles soaring free, each on its own trajectory, a kaleidoscope of independent will. I felt the building resonate with my intent, transforming from a passive receiver into an active broadcaster of defiance. The Aryan Tower was no longer a gateway for their unification. It was a shield, a megaphone for humanity's stubborn, glorious noise. The ancient entity, which had felt indifferent, now pulsed with a vague confusion. Its awakening was not going as planned. The path was not clear, the gate was not fully opening. Then a new hum, not the architect's. This one was different, deeper, more resonant. It pulsed with a profound curiosity, a questioning. It was the ancient entity itself, now directly reacting to my broadcast. It wasn't hostile, it was intrigued. It's questioning, I gasped, the words tumbling out. The ancient entity, it's reacting to our signal, it's listening. Ms. Albright's voice was urgent. Listening to what, Jess? What is it perceiving? Individuality, I replied, my voice shaking with exertion. It's sensing the chaos, the free will, it's surprised. The architect's experiment, their perfect harmony, is broken. The construct above us shuddered violently. A low, grinding sound reverberated through the air, like gears struggling to turn against immense resistance. The dimensional gate, poised to open, seemed to falter. Suddenly, a blinding flash of blue light erupted from the top of the Aryan Tower's spire, shooting upwards towards the hovering construct. It was the raw energy of my broadcast, now fully unleashed, a directed beam of human defiance. The construct recoiled as if struck. Its crystalline surfaces flared, then dimmed. Its majestic, intricate movements ceased. It hung motionless above the tower, no longer an incoming threat, but a stalled, confused behemoth. The hum in my mind, the architect's prime frequency, finally broke. It fragmented, dissipating into nothingness. The overwhelming peace and the terrifying temptation of surrender vanished. I was just Jess again, exhausted but profoundly, exhilaratingly present. The connection is severed, Dr. Eris cried out, watching his monitors. The architect's frequency has dissipated from the building's core. The construct's merged trajectory has been completely disrupted. A wave of cheers erupted from the command center. Julian let out a whoop of triumph. Ms. Albright, though still outwardly composed, allowed a faint smile to touch her lips. I sagged against the console, the suit still humming with residual energy, my body aching but my mind clear. We had done it. We had pushed back against an alien experiment. But the construct was still there, hovering motionless, waiting. It's not retreating, Julian observed, his voice still tinged with caution. It's just stopped. Ms. Albright's smile faded. Indeed, the unification has been disrupted, the gate is not fully open, but the ancient entity is still here and the architects are still observing. We've won a battle, but the war, it seems, has merely entered a new phase. I looked up at the crystalline behemoth in the sky. Its presence was still immense, still terrifying, but now it also felt curious. It was still listening and waiting. Dr. Eris's global scan results flashed on the screen. The energy signatures from the other nodes around the world, the other integrated structures, were also fluctuating wildly. The architect's global network was in disarray. Our human counter-frequency had reverberated across the planet. "What now, Albright?" Julian asked, his voice returning to its normal strategic tone. "We stopped the gate from fully opening, we prevented the merge, but it's still here. And what about the architects? Will they try again?" Ms. Albright walked over to the windows, gazing at the suspended construct. "They are observers, Julian. They value data, our unexpected resistance, our human chaos. That is new data for them. They will analyze it, they will learn from it." She paused, then turned to me. "Jess, you were our bridge. Now you might be our only path forward. Can you still feel the ancient entity, the one that was listening?" I closed my eyes, straining. The architect's hum was gone, but a faint echo remained, a presence. A deep, resonant thrum like a distant heartbeat. It was the ancient entity. It was still there, and it was still listening. "Yes," I whispered, "it's still here, and it's curious. It wants to understand." Ms. Albright nodded slowly. "Then we give it something to understand. We've shown them our defiance. Now we must show them our intention. We cannot allow the architects to treat our reality as a mere laboratory. We must engage on our terms." Julian looked at her, then at me, a profound realization dawning on his face. "You're talking about first contact, a direct, intentional first contact." "Yes," Ms. Albright confirmed, her gaze fixed on the hovering construct. "But not just with the architects, with the ancient entity itself. If it is truly an impartial force, if it can be reasoned with, then it might be our only ally against the architect's designs, or our only hope for understanding what unification truly entails beyond their experiment." The thought was daunting. To initiate contact with a primordial entity that had been slumbering for millennia, awakened by a global network built by an advanced alien species. But we had disrupted their plan. We had proven our existence, our individuality, our right to self-determination. The battle of wills, of frequencies, had been won, but now came the conversation. Jess, Ms. Albright said, her voice firm, you are still linked to that entity. You are its anomaly, its point of curiosity. You will be our envoy, our voice. I looked from Ms. Albright to Julian, then at Dr. Eris. My life had been irrevocably altered, from event manager to defender of humanity, and now to first contact specialist. It was a role I never could have imagined, but after everything, after feeling the vastness of the cosmos and the sheer will of humanity, I knew I had to try. What do I tell it? I asked, my voice steady. Ms. Albright gave me a rare, almost imperceptible smile. Tell it we are here, tell it we are not an experiment, and tell it we are ready to talk. The ancient construct hung motionless above the Aryan tower, a silent, colossal question mark in the sky. The city below held its breath, the world waited, and in the heart of the tower I prepared to speak for humanity to a presence beyond comprehension. The true negotiation, the true meaning of unification was about to begin. The immense crystalline construct hung in the sky, a silent sentinel of a cosmic game put on hold. Below, the Aryan tower pulsed with the residual hum of my defiance, a testament to humanity's unexpected roar. The command center, deep within the tower's fortified belly, was no longer a scene of frantic defense, but one of hushed anticipation. We had won a battle, but the true war, the one for understanding, was just beginning. Ms. Albright, her face a mask of iron resolve, turned from the reinforced windows, her gaze sweeping over Julian, Dr. Eris, and finally me. The architects, she began, her voice cutting through the stunned silence, they are empiricists. Our chaos, as Jess perceived, is an anomaly in their experiment. It's new data. They will be analyzing it, recalibrating their understanding of us. This buys us time. But the construct is still there, Julian pointed out, his hand instinctively resting on his sidearm, a gesture that now felt profoundly insufficient against a foe that defied physics. And the ancient entity, what if it decides to continue the unification without the architect's prompt, or retaliate for the disruption? Dr. Eris, still hunched over his console, shook his head. Its energy signature is stable, Julian. No aggressive intent detected. Jess was right, it registered curiosity. It's waiting for a response, perhaps, like a complex algorithm expecting an input. All eyes turned to me. The residual thrum of the ancient entity, like a vast, slow heartbeat, still resonated faintly within my consciousness. It wasn't a hum or a voice, but a presence, a question. Jess, Ms. Albright said, her voice softer now, tinged with a gravity that acknowledged the immense burden she was about to place on me. You are the link. You sensed its curiosity. You are the anomaly it recognized. You must be our voice. My mind reeled. Envoy, first contact specialist. The terms felt alien, absurd given my former life. But looking at the silent behemoth outside, feeling the vast, questioning presence within, I knew there was no escaping it. This was my role now. What do I tell it? I asked again, my voice stronger than I expected, laced with a mix of fear and an almost reckless determination. Ms. Albright's eyes, usually so guarded, held a flicker of something akin to hope. You tell it the truth, Jess, our truth, that we are not an experiment, that our world, our consciousness is not a petri dish for their observation, that we are sovereign, and we are ready to talk, not to be unified, but to understand, to negotiate. Julian, ever the pragmatist, interjected, but what if talking is a concept it doesn't understand? What if its form of communication is beyond our comprehension or theirs? That's where Jess comes in, Dr. Eris said, his scientific curiosity rekindled. Her neural interface allowed her to perceive concepts. If she can push beyond simple perception to intentional projection to truly broadcast complex ideas, we might achieve something akin to dialogue. The next few hours were a blur of intense preparation. Dr. Eris, energized by the new challenge, worked with a feverish focus on recalibrating the neural interface. He theorized that if my mind could receive abstract concepts, it could, with the right amplification, also transmit them. He integrated new biofeedback loops, refined the energy modulation from the tower, and connected me to an even more advanced visualization system that would allow us to monitor my mental output. The goal was to turn my internal monologue into a projected thought form, a direct neural broadcast to the ancient entity. It sounded like science fiction, but after everything, it was the only path forward. Julian, meanwhile, was tasked with maintaining global calm and preparing for any eventuality. News agencies were struggling to explain the massive, crystalline object hovering over New York. Ms. Albright had initiated a carefully orchestrated campaign of misinformation, attributing it to a highly advanced, experimental military cloaking technology gone awry, but the world was buzzing with theories. Naval fleets remained on high alert, fighter jets maintained a wide perimeter, a stark reminder of our vulnerability. I spent hours in a meditation-like state practicing. The hum of the architects was gone, but the ancient entity's presence remained, a vast, gentle pressure in the back of my mind. Dr. Eris guided me, showing me how my thoughts, when amplified, created visual patterns on his screen. I practiced projecting simple ideas: tree, water, earth. It was like learning to speak a language where every word was a symphony, every concept a sculpture. The key is clarity of intent, Jess, Dr. Eris explained, his voice patient. The entity perceives pure concept. Any ambiguity, any emotional overlay that isn't deliberately part of the message will be noise. Ms. Albright, ever the strategist, crafted the initial message. It wasn't a speech, but a series of core concepts distilled to their essence. Sovereignty, we exist independently. Sentience, we think, feel, create. Diversity, we are many, not one. Negotiation, we seek understanding, not subjugation. Coexistence, we wish to share this reality. Each word, each concept was a universe of meaning I had to project. It was exhausting, mentally draining, far more taxing than simply receiving the architect's hum. Finally, the moment arrived. The city below was bathed in the eerie blue-white glow of the construct above. Its presence dominated the sky, a silent, colossal eye watching us. I was back in the control room, the full-body neural suit encompassing me. The central console hummed with the power of the Aryan Tower, a tangible pulse of energy radiating through the floor. Dr. Eris was at his station, monitoring my vitals, the energy output, and the faint, almost imperceptible feedback from the construct. Julian stood by, grim-faced, while Ms. Albright took her place directly opposite me, her eyes locked on mine. "Ready, Jess?" Ms. Albright asked, her voice a low, steady anchor in the swirling anxiety. I took a deep breath, focusing on the rhythmic thrum of the ancient entity within my mind. Ready. Dr. Eris activated the main power conduit. A gentle surge flowed through the suit, connecting me to the tower, to the earth, and to the vastness above. I closed my eyes, picturing the ancient entity not as a physical shape but as a boundless consciousness. "Begin with sovereignty," Ms. Albright instructed. "Project our right to exist uninfluenced." I focused. I thought of humanity's journey, its struggles, its triumphs. I thought of the countless lives, each a unique spark of consciousness, building, creating, resisting. I distilled it all into a single, potent concept: we are. On Dr. Eris's console, the intricate geometric patterns of my neural output flared, sending a focused beam of blue light upward from the spire, directly towards the construct. It was no longer a disruptive blast, but a deliberate, modulated signal. The construct shimmered in response, its vast crystalline surfaces catching and refracting the light, as if taking a deep, silent breath. The thrum in my mind intensified, not with aggression, but with a profound, almost primal attentiveness. It was listening. Next, sentience. I projected the complexity of human thought, the spectrum of emotions, the drive to innovate, to explore, to dream. It was messy, beautiful, contradictory. I showed it art, music, science, love, fear. I showed it the very essence of what it meant to be alive, to be human. The construct responded by subtly shifting its internal light, a cascade of colors rippling across its surface. The thrum grew stronger, accompanied by a new sensation in my mind, a vast, unfolding comprehension, like a cosmic mind slowly processing an immense data set. Ms. Albright nodded, silently urging me on. Diversity, Jess, our individuality, our many voices. I focused on Julian's unwavering loyalty, Dr. Eris's insatiable curiosity, Ms. Albright's formidable intellect, Mark's creative spirit, and my own journey from corporate event planner to this improbable moment. I projected the beautiful, chaotic tapestry of billions of unique lives, each contributing a thread to the whole, yet distinct. This concept seemed to resonate most deeply with the entity. The construct's shimmer intensified, and the thrum in my mind became a complex chord of inquiry. It was not just comprehending, it was questioning. It sensed the deviation from the architect's desired harmony and found it fascinating. "It's curious about our individuality," I gasped, the mental effort immense. "It's asking why." "Tell it why," Ms. Albright commanded, her eyes burning with conviction. "Tell it our individual will drives our collective progress, that it is our strength." I focused on the concept of progress, of evolution, not through forced unity, but through independent exploration, shared knowledge, and the challenge of differing perspectives. I projected the very idea of freedom. The construct pulsed, and for the first time I perceived something akin to a response from the entity. It wasn't a language I could understand, but a wave of pure, overwhelming information. Images, concepts, sensations flooded my mind, nebulae forming, galaxies spiraling, stars igniting and dying. The birth and death of universes, vast cosmic cycles playing out over incomprehensible stretches of time. And throughout it all, a constant, underlying principle: order. The architect's drive for harmony, for unification, was merely a smaller reflection of this cosmic order. They sought to impose it, to accelerate it. "It understands order," I whispered, overwhelmed. "It sees the architect's purpose as part of a larger, natural cosmic order. They are facilitators of universal law." "And our defiance?" Julian asked, his voice tight. "Our individuality, is that a violation of their order?" I closed my eyes, struggling to interpret the ancient entity's response. It was not a judgment, it was an observation, a new variable. Our chaotic individuality was not a violation, but an unexpected data point within the larger, unfolding cosmic order. It was an unpredicted emergence. It's not angry, I clarified, my voice strained. It doesn't see our individuality as wrong, just new, different. The architects introduced it to something it didn't expect. Ms. Albright seized on this. Then our next message, negotiation, coexistence, not surrender. Tell it we seek to understand its purpose, but on terms that respect our sovereignty. I channeled the concepts of mutual respect, shared exploration, and the potential for a different kind of unification. One born of conscious choice, not imposed harmony. I projected an image of two distinct, beautiful rivers flowing side by side, eventually merging but retaining their unique currents within the larger flow. The construct's response was immediate and profound. The thrum in my mind intensified, resonating with a deep, resonant chord. The patterns on Dr. Eris's screen flared into a breathtakingly complex mandala of interwoven energies. From the hovering behemoth, the blue-white light pulsed, and a new energy emanated, sweeping over the Aryan tower. It was not destructive, but a gentle, inquisitive probe, mapping, analyzing, experiencing the building, and through it, our world. Then from the construct, a single, crystal-clear image bloomed in my mind, eclipsing all other input. It was the keyhole symbol, the architect's gate, but it was now overlaid with another symbol. A delicate, intricate web interconnecting, but allowing each strand to retain its unique texture and strength. Interconnection, that was the concept. Not forced unification, but chosen interconnection. It responded, I cried, tears streaming down my face from the sheer mental and emotional overload. It showed me a symbol, not unification, but interconnection. It's offering a different path. A collective gasp went through the command center. Julian looked incredulous. Dr. Eris, his scientific objectivity momentarily abandoned, stared at his screen, his jaw slack. Ms. Albright, however, simply nodded, a slow, triumphant smile spreading across her face. It understood, she whispered, her voice filled with awe. It understood our intent, it acknowledges our choice. Suddenly, the ancient entity's presence in my mind sharpened. The thrum intensified, becoming a direct, focused query. It wasn't a question of what anymore, but how. How could this interconnection be achieved? What was humanity's proposal? And what role did the architects play in this new path? I closed my eyes, struggling to formulate a response. The architects. They were the ones who built the gateway. They initiated the unification. They were the engineers of cosmic order. Then a new perception from the ancient entity, not a thought but an implication. The architects in their relentless pursuit of order often overlooked the emergent properties of complex systems. They were masters of design but not always of unintended consequences. Our individuality, our chaos, was just such an emergence. The architects, I realized, were not malicious. They were simply blind to certain forms of truth. They saw a path to order and they built it. But they didn't foresee the conscious resistance, the counter-resonance. My mind raced. If the ancient entity was truly impartial, if it valued understanding and emergent properties, then perhaps the architects could also be re-educated, or at least their experiment could be repurposed. The architects, I projected, channeling my thoughts through the tower, through the neural interface towards the hovering construct. They built the bridge, they designed the gate, but their vision was incomplete, their harmony lacked freedom. The construct pulsed, absorbing my thought. The light emanating from it intensified, then seemed to focus. It wasn't just observing me anymore, it was observing the architects. It was comparing my data with theirs. Then a new, distinct presence entered my mind, not the ancient entity which remained a vast, curious presence. This was the architects. They were here, their collective consciousness, their analytical intelligence now directly engaged. They were no longer simply observing from afar. They had stepped into the conversation, drawn by the anomaly, by the new data, by the direct interaction between their intended target and their ancient, summoned entity. Their presence was overwhelming, a torrent of pure, unadulterated logic. No emotions, no ego, just cold, precise calculations. They perceived my message, my projected concepts of sovereignty, sentience, diversity, negotiation, coexistence. And they perceived the ancient entity's response, interconnection. And then their response, not a thought form, but a projection of pure geometric truth, a multi-layered diagram of cause and effect, an undeniable logic chain. Their intention had always been optimal efficiency. Unification to them was the most efficient path to universal harmony. Our resistance was an inefficiency. Our proposal for interconnection was a variant, an unoptimized solution. They're here, I whispered, my voice barely audible. The architects, they're engaging. They see our path as inefficient, unoptimized. Ms. Albright's eyes gleamed with renewed determination. Good, we have their attention. Jess, tell them why efficiency is not the only metric. Tell them about growth, about evolution through challenge, not through forced conformity. Tell them about the value of the unpredictable. I gathered my thoughts, battling the architects, relentless logic with the messy, beautiful truth of humanity. I projected the concept of dynamic equilibrium, of a living, breathing system that adapted and changed, rather than a static, perfectly ordered machine. I showed them how our individual struggles, our unique perspectives, led to innovation, to new ideas, to progress that couldn't be predicted by algorithms. The architect's presence flickered not in anger but in intense computational analysis. Their geometric projections twisted, reformed, attempting to incorporate this new illogical data. They were trying to quantify the unquantifiable. The ancient entity, meanwhile, remained a constant, curious presence. It seemed to be observing them now, observing the architect's struggle to process this emergent truth. Suddenly, a shift. The architect's logical projections, which had been purely analytical, began to incorporate new elements. Not emotions, but variables, unpredictability, emergence. They were rewriting their algorithms in real time. And then they presented a new diagram, a complex, elegant, and chillingly logical proposal. Adaptation. Their new path. If unification was unachievable due to emergent resistance, then adaptation was the logical alternative. They would adapt their experiment. They're proposing adaptation, I murmured, a new dread creeping in. They are willing to change their method, but not their goal. Ms. Albright's face hardened. Adaptation to what? Their original goal of universal harmony through a new form of existence. Jess, what does that adaptation entail for us? I closed my eyes, seeking deeper insight from the architect's new projection. The chilling truth began to unfold in my mind. Adaptation meant they would refine the seed they intended to plant, the new form of existence born from convergence. If humanity refused to be a passive ingredient in the Petri dish, then humanity itself would become the catalyst. They wouldn't force unification in the way they originally intended. Instead, they would integrate our properties into the emergent entity. Our individuality, our unpredictability, our emotional depth, all would be extracted, analyzed, and synthesized into the new, adapted form of life. We would be a source code, a genetic donor for their next evolutionary step. They want to adapt us, I whispered, the words raw with horror. They want to take our individuality, our consciousness, and incorporate it into the seed. They don't want to merge with us, they want to learn from us, to extract our essence to perfect their creation. Julian swore loudly. They want to download us, to clone our minds into their Frankenstein creation. It's more fundamental than that, I explained, the architect's cold logic piercing my mind. They see us as a rich source of emergent data. Our unique form of consciousness, our soul, if you will, is a variable they want to integrate. It's still unification, but through absorption of our defining characteristics, not through forced merger. The Aryan Tower would become not just a gateway, but a processing center, a cosmic data extractor. The ancient entity, which had been passively observing, now pulsed with a subtle shift. Its curiosity sharpened into a more direct, discerning attention. It was not judging the architects, but processing their adapted proposal. It perceived the efficiency, it perceived the order, but it also perceived the inherent emptiness of that path for the individual. The ancient entity, I breathed, a new hope sparking. It's questioning their adaptation, it senses the lack of something, the absence of our free will in their adapted plan. Ms. Albright stepped forward, her voice a steel-edged whisper. Jess, this is our opening. The architects are logic-driven. The ancient entity is impartial but curious about emergent properties. We must convince both that a true interconnection where all parties retain their sovereignty is a superior, more sustainable path for universal evolution. Not just adaptation, but conscious integration. I focused on the ancient entity, projecting the concept of conscious choice. I showed it the beauty of collaboration, where separate entities choose to work together, to share, to build something greater than themselves without losing themselves. I showed it the concept of empathy, of valuing another's existence. The ancient entity pulsed with what I could only interpret as contemplation. It was weighing the architects' adapted efficiency against our proposed conscious interconnection. The architects, meanwhile, were still processing. Their analytical presence had gone quiet, their data streams running at maximum capacity. They were calculating the viability of this new human-proposed variable. Then from the architects, a new message, not a diagram, not a proposal. A single profound question reverberating directly into my mind, clearer than anything before. Prove viability. Prove that our path of conscious interconnection, with all its inherent unpredictability and inefficiency, could lead to a more profound, more sustainable, more valuable form of universal order. My mind raced. How do you prove the viability of human consciousness to an alien collective whose entire existence is based on pure logic and efficiency? How do you demonstrate the value of messy, illogical, emergent properties? They want proof, I gasped, the architect's direct query still echoing in my mind. Proof that our chosen interconnection is a viable path forward, a better path than their adaptation. Ms. Albright's eyes narrowed, her mind already moving 100 miles a second. Proof, not just concepts, Jess, tangible, undeniable evidence. What kind of proof would satisfy them? Something they can quantify, something that resonates with the ancient entity's perception of universal order, but with our human emergent properties. Julian looked at me, then at the silent construct, then at the monitors displaying the global network of architects' integrated structures. Our global response, the way we mobilized, the coordination despite the chaos. Dr. Aris shook his head. That's still a form of coordinated efficiency, Julian. They could argue they merely designed the conditions for that. They want something inherently human that cannot be replicated by their algorithms, yet proves its worth. I closed my eyes, delving back into the architect's query, searching for any hint, any resonance that would tell me what kind of proof they were looking for. The hum, no longer oppressive, now felt like a test, a challenge. And then it came, not an image, but a feeling, a deep, universal resonance. The architects valued order, efficiency, progress. The ancient entity valued emergent properties, sustained existence, growth. What concept could bridge these two seemingly disparate alien perspectives? What uniquely human attribute, if amplified, could demonstrate viability? Creation. Not just making things, but the fundamental drive to create something new, something that didn't exist before, something that expressed individual will, yet contributed to a greater whole. Art, music, stories, science, technology, civilization itself. The constant, restless, innovative spirit of humanity. Creation, I breathed, opening my eyes. That's the proof, our capacity to create, to innovate, to bring new things into existence, driven by individual will, yet shaping our collective reality. Ms. Albright's eyes lit up. Yes, art, science, technology, culture, the spontaneous generation of novelty from human consciousness. That is something their cold logic might struggle to replicate or predict, yet its value for growth and evolution is undeniable. But how do we show them that? Julian asked, gesturing frantically at the limited space. Do we put on a concert, build a new skyscraper? We broadcast it, Dr. Aris interjected, his voice filled with renewed excitement. Jess can project it, not just abstract concepts, but complex, data-rich examples of human creation. We use the Aryan Tower as our canvas, our amplifier. The idea was audacious. To turn the Aryan Tower into a massive, interdimensional projector, showcasing the entirety of human creation to two vastly different alien intelligences. But what specifically, Ms. Albright pressed? We need something iconic, something universal, something that speaks to our ability to create beauty, meaning, and progress even in the face of chaos. My mind flashed back to the very beginning. The gala, Mark's ice sculpture, the intricate eagle, a symbol of vision and freedom, now ironically the symbol of our defiance. And then the music. The symphony that played as the first subtle energies began to ripple through the tower. Music, I said, a sudden clarity washing over me. A symphony, music is mathematical, ordered, yet it evokes profound, illogical emotion. It's individual creation that becomes a collective experience. It's both logical and chaotic, it's universal, and it requires no translation. Dr. Aris nodded vigorously. Yes, music is pattern, frequency, resonance. It's quantifiable, yet its effect is deeply subjective and emergent. It could be the perfect bridge. And the visual component, Ms. Albright added, already expanding the plan. We need to show them the full scope of our creation, from the earliest cave paintings to the latest scientific discoveries. A montage of human ingenuity projected through the Aryan Tower, synchronized to a grand symphony. The plan began to coalesce. Dr. Aris's team would work to integrate a vast library of human creative achievements, art, architecture, scientific diagrams, historical milestones, into a massive data stream. I would then modulate this data, transforming it into a projected thought form, a direct neural broadcast of human creation, synchronized with a powerful, emotionally resonant symphony. My role would be to act as the conductor, not just of the music, but of humanity's creative spirit itself. To translate the raw data of our ingenuity into a language the architects could analyze and the ancient entity could appreciate. The clock on the wall now read 48 hours, 2 days. The construct remained above, patient, waiting for our proof. The architects waited, the ancient entity waited. The pressure was immense. If we failed to prove the viability of our chosen interconnection, if our proof was dismissed as mere inefficiency or chaotic noise, then the architects would likely revert to their adaptation plan. And humanity, as we knew it, would cease to exist, absorbed into their cosmic experiment. I looked at the others, at the faces etched with exhaustion, determination, and a spark of desperate hope. We were an unlikely team, a hardened intelligence officer, a brilliant but socially awkward scientist, a pragmatic security chief, and an event planner who suddenly found herself speaking for all of humanity. But we were here, we were ready to make our case. We were ready to show them what it truly meant to be human. The next 40 hours were a relentless sprint. Dr. Aris and his team, spurred by Ms. Albright's fierce directives, converted every available screen and projection surface within the control center into a command console. They accessed global archives, pulling images, videos, scientific diagrams, musical scores, and historical footage, a condensed, powerful testament to human creativity and progress. Julian's teams ensured maximum power redirection to the Aryan Tower's spire, bypassing non-essential systems preparing for the colossal broadcast. Ms. Albright, meanwhile, curated the Symphony of Humanity, selecting specific musical pieces and visual sequences to create a narrative arc, from the dawn of human creativity to our highest scientific aspirations, threaded with moments of profound beauty, collective effort, and individual genius. My own preparation was largely mental. Dr. Aris refined the neural interface further, transforming it into a highly sensitive, multisensory conduit. I was hooked up to biofeedback systems that would allow me to directly manipulate the energy output from the tower, shaping the raw data into a coherent, emotionally resonant broadcast. I practiced visualizing complex data as pure concept, transforming scientific equations into aesthetic forms, musical notes into cascades of light. The exhaustion was bone deep, but the urgency, the sheer magnitude of what we were attempting kept me going. I felt like a cosmic orchestra conductor with the Aryan Tower as my instrument and the entire history of humanity as my score. As the final hours ticked down, a palpable tension filled the command center. The construct above remained motionless, a silent judge. The architect's presence in my mind was a low, insistent hum of anticipation, their logical processing units awaiting our proof. The ancient entity's vast thrum conveyed an impartial readiness to observe. "Jess, this is it," Ms. Albright said, her voice cutting through the din of the command center. She stood before me, the chosen symphony queued up, the visuals ready for projection. "We have one chance to prove the viability of our path, one chance to define humanity on our own terms." I took a deep breath, the neural suit feeling like a second skin. "What's the opening piece?" I asked, my voice steady. "Beethoven's Ninth Symphony, Jess," Ms. Albright replied, a faint, almost imperceptible smile touching her lips. "Ode to joy, universal brotherhood, collective spirit born of individual genius." A shiver ran down my spine. It was perfect. A testament to human aspiration, to the beauty born from individual passion, culminating in a celebration of shared humanity. I connected the final conduits of the neural interface. The Aryan Tower roared to life around me, its immense power surging through my suit, through my very being. I felt the building awaken, transforming into the most magnificent, complex projector imaginable. "Activate main broadcast," Ms. Albright commanded. The first notes of Beethoven's Ninth swelled through the control room, a majestic, profound sound that seemed to shake the very foundations of the tower. I closed my eyes, and with the first soaring chord, I began to project. I channeled the music not just as sound, but as pure concept, the human drive for beauty, for connection, for transcendent experience. As the melody built, I layered in the visuals Ms. Albright had curated, the intricate patterns of prehistoric cave art, the soaring arches of Gothic cathedrals, the elegant equations of Einstein, the delicate double helix of DNA. I showed them the Sistine Chapel ceiling, the moon landing, the compassion of humanitarian aid, the fierce determination of a mother protecting her child. I wove together images of human suffering and triumph, of devastating wars and monumental peace treaties, of chaotic revolutions and the quiet dignity of everyday life. I showed them our capacity for both unimaginable cruelty and boundless love. I showed them our flaws, our struggles, our relentless pursuit of meaning in an indifferent universe. The blue light erupted from the Aryan Tower's spire, a colossal, pulsating beam of pure conceptual energy, painting the hovering construct with the vibrant, chaotic tapestry of humanity. The construct began to respond, not with the frantic shimmer of disruption, but with a mesmerizing internal dance of light. Its crystalline surfaces reflected the projected images, absorbing them, processing them. The ancient entity's thrum in my mind deepened, resonating with a profound, almost emotional understanding. It was experiencing us, not just observing. The architects, too, were responding. Their presence in my mind, which had been a cold hum of analysis, now became a torrent of complex, fluctuating data. Their geometric projections, previously static and perfect, writhed and reformed, struggling to encompass the sheer, glorious messiness of our proof. They were attempting to quantify joy, to algorithmically define hope, to logically process the paradox of creation born from suffering. As the symphony swelled towards its crescendo, towards the iconic Ode to Joy, I poured every last ounce of my being into the broadcast. I projected the fierce, undeniable will of humanity, our refusal to be defined by anyone but ourselves, our capacity for empathy, and our unyielding pursuit of a better future. I showed them our interconnectedness, not as a forced unity, but as a freely chosen tapestry of unique threads. The construct above vibrated with an immense, harmonious resonance. The blue light from the tower pulsed in perfect synchronicity with the symphony's final, triumphant notes. Then silence. The music faded, the projected images dissolved. The blue light from the spire dimmed to a gentle glow. The architect's presence in my mind settled. Their frantic data streams coalesced into a single, unambiguous concept, sharper and clearer than anything they had ever transmitted. Acknowledged. Not acceptance, not agreement, but a profound, undeniable acknowledgement of our viability. Our proof was registered. Our path was understood as a legitimate, if unexpected, trajectory within the cosmic order. The ancient entity's thrum in my mind transformed. It was no longer a question but a statement, a vast, silent affirmation. It had observed, it had experienced, and it had found our emergent properties compelling. The construct above us began to move, not with the grinding sound of a stalled engine, but with a new, fluid grace. It slowly, majestically began to ascend. It moved away from the Aryan Tower, away from Earth, its crystalline surfaces reflecting the distant sun like a silent, departing monument. "It's leaving," Julian whispered, his voice hoarse with disbelief and relief. "The construct is retreating, it's moving away from Earth's orbit." Dr. Aris stared at his screens, his fingers hovering over the keyboard. "Its trajectory is shifting, not a simple retreat but a course correction. It's moving towards the outer solar system, towards the edge of the architect's observed territory." Ms. Albright, her face unreadable, watched the construct recede, a growing speck of light against the vast canvas of space. She turned to me, her eyes filled with a new kind of respect. "Jess," she said, her voice barely a whisper, "you did it, you spoke for humanity, and they listened." I sagged against the console, utterly drained, but filled with a profound sense of accomplishment. We had faced an existential threat, an experiment meant to redefine our reality, and we had, against all odds, carved out our own terms. But then a new signal, faint but distinct, emanated from the architect's former network. From the other integrated structures around the globe, the faint energy signatures began to shift. They were not disappearing, they were transforming. The architects had acknowledged our viability, but that didn't mean they were abandoning their observation or their grand indefinite. The architects had acknowledged our viability, but that didn't mean they were abandoning their observation or their grand cosmic designs. The shifting energy signatures from the other integrated structures around the globe, the former nodes, were a stark reminder. They were transforming, evolving, adapting. "What does that mean?" Julian asked, his voice strained as he watched the global map on Dr. Aris's screen. The familiar red dots representing the architect's original frequency were now a shimmering, multicolored aurora. Are they still active, still trying something? Dr. Aris, ever the scientist, zoomed in on one of the shifting signatures. "It's different, not an imposition of harmony, but a recalibration, a new form of data collection perhaps. They're not trying to force a merge, but they are clearly still observing, still engaged." He paused, his brow furrowed. "It's as if they're attempting to understand our interconnection not through direct experience, but through observation of its emergent properties on a global scale." Ms. Albright walked over to the monitors, her gaze intense. "They are studying us, Jess. Our demonstration of creative viability wasn't the end of their interest, it was merely a redirection of it. They've recognized our unique value, and now they want to quantify it, to integrate its data into their understanding of universal order." I felt the last vestiges of my mental link to the architects. It wasn't the cold, imposing hum of before, but a distant, analytical presence. They were indeed observing, dissecting the symphony of humanity we had broadcast, cataloging every nuance, every emotional resonance, every chaotic spark of innovation. They were learning. The ancient entity, too, was gone from my immediate consciousness, having receded with the construct. But I knew it was still out there, a vast, impartial observer in the cosmic dance, now with a new perspective on humanity's place within the universal tapestry. "So the war isn't over," I said, a weary but resolute tone in my voice. "It's just shifted from a battle for existence to a long-term negotiation for our identity." Ms. Albright nodded. "Precisely. We've established our right to self-determination. We've proven our worth as a unique emergent property in the universe. Now we must ensure that our interconnection is understood not as a fleeting anomaly, but as a sustainable, valuable path for evolution. We must define our future, not just react to theirs." Julian rubbed his temples. "So what's next for us then? Are we still confined to this bunker? Do we broadcast daily symphonies?" Ms. Albright allowed herself a small, almost triumphant smile. "Our primary objective remains. We must establish a formal line of communication with both the architects and the ancient entity. Jess, you remain our crucial link. Dr. Aris, your research into interdimensional communication will become paramount. And Julian, your role in safeguarding our continued autonomy, both globally and locally, is more vital than ever." She paused, looking out the reinforced window at the recovering city below. Dawn was breaking, painting the sky with soft hues of orange and pink. The absence of the towering construct left an almost palpable void, yet the Aryan Tower stood tall, a beacon of defiance and hope. "The architects will continue their observations," she continued. "They will likely test the boundaries of our interconnection. They will seek to understand our chaos through new experiments, perhaps less direct, more insidious. But we have demonstrated our capacity for resilience, for unexpected brilliance. We have earned their respect, however grudgingly given." I felt a surge of adrenaline, not from fear, but from a renewed sense of purpose. My life as Jess, the event manager, was over. I was now something new, something intrinsically linked to humanity's future in the cosmos. We need to build a new bridge, I said, my gaze sweeping over my unlikely team. One based on mutual respect, not just survival. We need to teach them and perhaps learn from them what true interconnection means, not just for humanity, but for the entire universe. Dr. Eris, already hunched over his console, began typing furiously. A new interface, Jess. One designed for proactive engagement, not just reactive defense. We need to map their communication protocols, their conceptual frameworks. This is an entirely new frontier of xenolinguistics. Julian, holstering his sidearm, looked at me with a newfound understanding. So you're still the one talking for us, Jess, the voice of humanity. I nodded, a sense of calm settling over me. The exhaustion was immense, but the clarity was absolute. I am, but this time it won't just be a broadcast of what we are. It will be a conversation about what we can be, what we choose to be. Ms. Albright placed a hand on my shoulder, a rare gesture of warmth. And we will do it together. The world thinks we stopped an experimental military craft. They're celebrating a new era of technological advancement. Let them have their illusion for now. Our true work begins in the shadows, forging a future where humanity is an active participant in the cosmic conversation, not just a subject of an experiment. The city outside began to stir, oblivious to the profound shift that had just occurred in its very destiny. People would wake up, go to work, live their lives, never knowing how close they had come to a unification that would have erased their individuality. They would never know the name of the event manager who had channeled the spirit of a billion eagles through a skyscraper. But in the quiet hum of the Aryan Tower, in the determined eyes of Ms. Albright, Dr. Eris, and Julian, and in my own weary but resolute heart, the truth resonated. Humanity had spoken, and the universe, vast and enigmatic as it was, had listened. The true negotiation, the true meaning of interconnection was just beginning. It would be a long, arduous journey fraught with new challenges and unforeseen variables, but we had found our voice, and we were ready to use it. We were ready to talk and to live as ourselves, individually, gloriously, and forever.